and it has to have a firm voice in this big G20 where many things are discussed. And,
Very good point. Phoebe, thank you very much. Good, very good point. Asya, shukran. Very nice question. And I'm sorry my criticism of your handwriting, but I do assure you that my handwriting is even worse. So, that we have taken a lot of time from the next panel, so I should close this panel. Thank you very much for all your help and presentations. A big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now it's my pleasure to ask the next panel speakers to come up. And there are only two, which is a change. And this is on how fintech, how technology and innovation are driving the circular economy transition. Saman Sabatsvatan, who is the Chief Operating Officer from the École des Ponts, a professor and researcher at École des Ponts Business School. And then the importance of the fintech industry, Jay Mukhi, Senior Director of ESG, Finastra PPT. Nice to see you. Very well, thank you, very well. Nice to meet you. Yes, of course, yes, absolutely. Saman, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Thank you. I guess I have slides coming up. Bonjour et bienvenue, mesdames, messieurs. Welcome, thank you very much for joining this session. So in this session, I'm going to talk about Industry 5.0, the digital and circular revolution. There are two megatrends that fundamentally restructure the fabric of our societies, markets, and economies. One is the ongoing digital transformation, mass integration of technologies across our personal and professional contexts and the digital economy. And the other one is the transition to the circular economy as a restorative, sustainable, and regenerative model, which is an overarching umbrella for SDGs and ESG. The ongoing transition to the circular economy is increasingly restructuring our societies, markets, and industries, and we are relatively familiar with it. But the transition to the circular economy is being unfolded and driven by several factors, including but not limited to. One is the growing urgency to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and depletion of natural resources. The other one is policy initiatives and strategies, action plans, such as the Circular Economy Action Plan, Net Zero, Zero Waste Initiative, Digital Product Passport, Eco-Design Directive, Right to Repair, and extended producer responsibility, which significantly impact market dynamics and strategies across sectors. The dual transition of digital and circular economies is driving the fifth industrial revolution, also known as Industry 5.0. Why Industry 5.0? The degenerative linear economic paradigm, we know it really well. So there are shortcomings such as lack of visibility, transparency, accountability, and shared responsibility. Under this paradigm, we take natural resources, we make products with them, then we dispose them. So basically, we take valuable natural resources and turn them into waste. But the underlying problem is the value systems and the economic modeling. Digitally empowered circular economy is an alternative way which creates value cycles to circulate resources over and over again for increased efficiency. Technologies that are empowering the transition to the circular economy, to name a few, artificial intelligence, big data and analytics, for design of materials, products, and processes, and design for X, DFX, which is designed for disassembly, designed for repair, designed for refurbishment, and etc. Then we have IoT and cyber-physical systems, connected devices that bring traceability, transparency, and visibility across our supply and value chains. Blockchain technologies, they bring security, trust, and accountability, which is missing in the linear economy paradigm. And then we have digital twins, extended reality technologies for cross-dimensional asset management. And then we have upcoming technologies such as Web3, Metaverse, and the rest for increased collaboration and multi-stakeholder engagement. So what is interesting is that the dual transition of digital and circular economies is providing enormous opportunities for innovation across sectors and geographies. The convergence of technologies and combinatorial innovations drives us to have, this is the way that I see it, like X-Tech Industries, Smart X, and everything as a service. Like in X-Tech, we have FinTech, RegTech, AgriTech, you name it, so they are strong enablers of the transition to the circular economy. Smart X, such as smart mobility, smart transportation, and smart grids, among others, and everything as a service, business models such as product as a service, performance as a service, result as a service, and etc. So these combinatorial innovations, they are leading the way toward the fifth industrial revolution. We are not through with the fourth industrial revolution, but Industry 5.0 is the vision we need to look for, because that is where the innovation opportunities are emerging. And for leaders across the public and private sectors, in all industries, potentials for innovation are huge. So in terms of the X-Tech, my friend Jay is going to provide an example of this potential for creating the ecosystems that we need in order to drive the transition to the digital and circular economy more efficiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for keeping to time. It's excellent. Thank you. Jay, the floor is yours.
Thanks,
And
John.
weren't we talking about soccer yesterday? And
We were talking about football.
yes,
yesterday,
and
we
did
were.
you see that Tunisia beat France? And yeah.
So hello, good morning, everybody. My name's Jay Mookie. I work at the Global FinTech Finastra, and I'm here to talk to you about the role of FinTech as we transition to a net zero economy. But before I get started, I'd just like to thank The Economist Impact for inviting me here, and also my fellow speakers for raising such important, thought-provoking and inspirational content. So, who are Finastra? Finastra is a global fintech company. We work with over 8,500 financial institutions globally, including 85 of the top 100 banks by asset size. Piraeus Bank is one of our customers also. Our software portfolio covers solutions for retail banking, corporate banking, lending, which includes syndicated loans and trade finance, treasury capital markets, investment management, risk management software, and also payments and innovations such as banking as a service, or otherwise known as embedded finance. I was actually a co-founder of the ESG strategy at Finastra back in 2016, and I've had the privilege to lead the strategy. We think about it from two perspectives. One is what I call ESG defense, which is essentially using ESG as a risk framework for environmental, social, and governance factors. So this could be how we manage climate risk in line with the TCFD, or how we manage our carbon reduction strategy in line with science-based targets on our journey to net zero by 2030. But what I'm here to talk about, as Salman kindly pointed out, is what I call ESG offense. And Phoebe actually made some very good points in the previous panel about how companies can pursue environmental and social value creation through the products and the ecosystems that they play in. So I'm going to show you just a couple of use cases. But before I do, I just wanted to articulate the size of this opportunity. So the Net Zero Banking Alliance that was formed by the United Nations estimate that the cost of transitioning to net zero by 2050 is a whopping $68 trillion. That represents 38% of global banking assets. So to the lady's question for the previous panel, that means pretty much $4 in every $1 of loan capital should be towards the E of ESG in creating environmental value in the economy. But how do we do this? So the first example is for corporates. And I'm going to use the example of a syndicated loan. If you think about a property developer building 200 houses here in Greece. Right? They need raw materials such as steel, timber, concrete. Right? Now, there are obviously sustainable alternatives. I was at COP26 in the UK, and we heard from a number of companies that are providing viable, sustainable alternatives to these products. Now, the problem we have is people do want to support climate action, but they need a financial incentive to do so. And this is where financial services and systems can come into play. Green finance, as we heard earlier, can provide more affordable capital and financial incentives for people to make greener choices, both corporates and individuals. In this first example, you can see there's the need for green risk models or climate risk models, capital requirements. We partner with a nonprofit called Green RWA, who basically supports our core solutions via our platform, FusionFabric.cloud, to integrate their risk models and climate strategies into the way loan underwriting is done. Then we partner with companies like Circular Economy Alliance, who have a list of companies like Celsa Group Steel in Spain, who are providers of green steel. And our green steel, instead of mining the earth for iron ore, collects scrap metal and puts it through an electric furnace as opposed to a blast furnace, and is 9 times more carbon efficient than traditional steel, but it's also more expensive. So the more affordable finance actually offsets the cost of these types of products, and the same is true for sustainable timber or concrete. Then our platform Fusion systems within Finastra can apply green KPIs to the loans, so a limit to the carbon emissions associated with the product. And then you have the loan issuance or origination. What's crucial, and we heard about greenwashing, is that the technology enables an audit trail that shows that payments were made to these sustainable alternative providers. And that then proves the carbon savings or avoidance that these projects entail, which then shows that the corporates have met the KPIs of the associated with the loan and then not subject to penalties. The second use case is, and allow me, John, just to go on for maybe 30 more seconds, is what Piraeus Bank we're talking about. So we work with global institutions, and Piraeus Bank are one of the more progressive banks as it pertains to ESG and financial services. But the reason we think fintech is a solution for this is that we can provide the comfort that banks need to scale this internationally, this type of approach to solar lending or PV systems. So the first is customer profiling. So if you have, through open banking, you can see how much people are paying towards their energy bills, how much of that is dedicated to electricity, and you can create a saving for the customer through a multi-year loan where month to month you're increasing their disposable income. So the risk of default on the loan is very, very low, even if the credit score is not sufficient. Then we have partners who provide solar viability surveys, so they can look at aerial imagery that is coming from Google satellites or aviation imagery that can say where the sun rises, where it sets, where panels should go, what the efficiency of those panels are, and how much energy it can generate, and what the local currency equivalent value of that system will produce. Then you have the loan, and then the installation request, and this is really where banks don't have comfort. They want the credit risk, but they don't want the technical risk, and this is where fintech can solve that problem. So we have capabilities, like I said, like banking as a service. This can create payments to the solar manufacturer, could be Tesla Energy, could be one of the Chinese providers, to the installer. It can also create portals into government entities to receive the tax credits and subsidies. It can also work with utility companies as we send energy back to the grid to return funding to the customer, and then obviously maintenance packages. But this is all about creating a seamless experience for the user, for the end customer, giving them a sustainable green choice to make, a cost saving, where the bank makes money, our company, Finastra, makes money, and all the ecosystem partners all make money. So it's one of those situations where it's win, 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 win. The only losers are the utility companies and the fossil fuel providers, and they should be really paying for the market failures of putting carbon in the atmosphere that they don't pay for today. So this is how we see, or what we call, changing finance to finance change. Thanks very much.
Jay, thank you very, very much. Fascinating. I mean, the circular economy is a wonderful phrase, and something I think everybody automatically supports. But that implies that it's a wheel that's going around. What speed is it at? And are you disappointed by the speed, or is it accelerating, or what? Salman.
You mean the speed of the transition to the circular economy?
Yes.
It's not great, but we are positive because we know that it's a new paradigm shift that we are trying to drive. It's very complex. There are many interdependencies and interconnections. But in general, in Europe, we are lucky because we are really advanced in terms of regulatory support, policy initiatives, and strategies that provide a lot of opportunities. It's not only the question of carrot and stick. It's not only threatening companies or producers if they are not circular, they can't achieve ratings, the proper sort of classifications, but it's rather a major opportunity for companies and for all sectors in order to facilitate the transition to the circular economy by innovating in their processes and also economic modeling and business modeling. Because the problem with the paradigm is the economic modeling, which is based on financial capitalism.
Yeah.
So now we need to move towards the socio-environmental capitalism with the circular economy, which is challenging, but the wheels are in motion.
Yeah, I think it was Mike Esposito, I got
Yes.
the name right, who spoke about a paradigm shift yesterday.
Yes.
And I mean, that's another great phrase, paradigm shift. But it's kind of it's always used in the sense that it's not going to happen. But your sense is that it is happening now.
Well,
I mean,
Jay.
So I think more important than speed is scale. Scale is the more important S word when it comes to circular economy. Like, for example, these plastic bottles. Now, plastic has become a dirty word almost, right? We think about, we've seen the movie Seaspiracy, how it's polluting the oceans.
Yeah.
But this plastic bottle doesn't need to end up in landfill. This can be recycled, or even better, with circular economy principles. This can be taken to a plant where it's repurposed into biofuel and carbon black. Now, biofuel is a viable alternative to diesel. It's carbon emitting, but more efficient than diesel. And the carbon black can create bricks that can create housing, right, in places where it's desperately needed. So, this principle of circular economy is fantastic, but the innovation's there. It's how do we scale it? How do we
actually,
make
one
it
of
available in
the
all locations?
sponsors texted on him, and there'll be a guy on the next panel. I mean, they are recycling plastic bottles and cans of Coke and so on. Yes, I see why it's happening. Is there a way of speeding it up?
Well, so innovation is one. So, the example we gave about solar panels.
Yeah.
Finastra is actually thinking about in 25 years' time, when those solar panels come to end of life,
Yeah.
how do we repurpose them, regenerate them, so they can be used again? Now, most companies don't think 25 years ahead. They think quarter to quarter. But this is where ESG
But interestingly, fossil fuel companies do think 20 years and 25 years ahead. Sorry,
No, you're right, because there won't be enough fossil fuels for us to extract, right? But, I mean, if you apply these principles to every single project, end-to-end life cycle of any product or service, we'll find a way to hit net zero targets by 2050.
Yanis, you have a question, please.
Yes, incredible presentations, great speakers, amazing sessions. Thank you very much. You give us hope for the future, especially there are so many young people listening to you today. My question is that yesterday we all agreed it's a matter of mindset. So my question is, what do you do with respect to this? Politicians, I'm sorry to say, but they only interested in short-term votes. So what do you do in such responsible companies and universities to disseminate your research results? Please tell me that you talk to schools, to universities, to companies, and you go spreading the word. There is no good just 100, 200 people just believing in this. I mean, 100 people at a time is good, but tell me, how do you give out to the world this? Thank you.
Good question,
Sure.
It's the curse of democracy, of course, that it's a short horizon business, an electoral cycle. And I was thinking, the fossil fuel companies, 20 years, a lot of big companies, 20 years, maybe more. How do you disseminate the message, Saman?
So actually, it also links to the previous question that you asked about how to speed it up. So basically, the most important element is really developing the ecosystems across industries. So that is why I ended up with the example of X-Tech industries or smart X solutions or everything as a service business models. Because what happens is that when we are working in this context, like Finastra is now working with us, with the business school, with our Circular Economy Research Center and the Circular Economy Alliance. And the idea is to bring the enablers, the major players from different industries to support each other and other industries and sectors. Finastra is doing fantastic work, and I'm very proud that we are partners, and I'm personally very engaged also with the projects that they have, from hackathons for students up to industrial innovation schemes that they're doing. So I think for me, the most important element is building and developing the ecosystems and then driving innovation, business model innovation, industrial innovation, and economic model innovation. Then, of course, there's the platforms such as the EU, which is doing a fantastic job with dissemination of research and findings. But I guess the rest is really needs to be led by us. So technology is just a tool. We decide how to use it.
Yeah, if I can just
There's
weigh
a
in.
question here as well. Sorry, Jada. We are running way over time, but never mind.
I'll be
for the
fast.
moment.
Professor Sabasvatan previously mentioned about hope and about ESG capitalism. How hopeful, though, can we be when in sustainability initiatives, Jeff Bezos is included? Then we have to start talking how green is green and how sustainable is sustainability.
Thank you.
I'll let Simon answer that question, but I just wanted to pick up on the excellent question from the gentleman there, because it is about preparing the next generation to support the goals that we've all set right now. And Finastra, like many companies, teaches children coding, teaches children financial literacy in our offices, in schools, preparing this next generation. I mean, we've only got 0.6% of the population that can write code. And technology is really the saving grace of the net zero goal. I mean, we're not going to be able to scale the solutions fast enough without technology. And so preparing the next generation to go and solve that challenge and making sure that there's diversity, there's women who code, there are people from different life experiences and backgrounds and socioeconomic conditions who are creating the code that are solving the problems in their communities. This is fundamental to achieving the targets that we've set. But I'll let you answer Pavlina's question.
Thank you very much for your question. So basically, yes, you're right. I mean, I understand the confusion is that, okay, we see such big corporations that we know definitely that they're not green at all. Not to name any, but in general we know, and that is the problem that is caused by the economic modeling that we have since centuries, since the beginning of industrialization. It's about shareholder capitalism, right? So we can't change it overnight, but what we can do is to inform the young generations and also increase the awareness globally about the problems of shareholder capitalism and the fact that there's only so much to do when the bottom line needs to be financial gains rather than social and environmental sustainability, welfare, and resilience. So the short answer is that it's a process, and everyone needs to be there, everyone needs to be involved, and because they are not green or they're polluting, we cannot just exclude them from the equation, but we just need to push them more and more by other initiatives that we are taking, such as the research and activities that we are having.
I'd actually counter that, right? So Finastra took the decision, I think 3 years ago, to partner with a cloud provider. AWS was one of the providers that we considered, but ultimately we went with Microsoft Azure because they've committed to carbon neutral cloud platform, net zero by 2025 and carbon negative by 2030. Now, Microsoft was actually more costly than AWS, so from a pure profit maximization perspective, we were reducing our profit. But we also anticipated that by being carbon neutral, we'd have to offset all our emissions. And that included our Scope 3 emissions from our cloud provider. So when you weigh it all up, the true cost of something is always more expensive than the financial cost of it, if you consider the environmental and social factors.
I mean, this trend is ongoing because the increasing awareness is also pushing. It's It's coming from producers, it's coming from buyers, it's coming from all around in order to push everyone to be more transparent and have that shared responsibility. We see a lot of these strategic alliances that are being broken now because of the new value systems that are being shaped around the values of circularity. And
well, it's interesting what Jay was saying about not using AWS, who of course are in this new program with the US government, etc. But I mischievously said, asked, is Jeff Bezos greenwashing? And
well, they don't claim to be carbon neutral, but when we assessed them as a vendor of Finastra, they said that they were consuming energy from the grid, had no intention to change that until 2025. So, it gave us a decision to make.
And I think, yes, have you got another message telling me that we're out of time?
We are over time.
We are out of time, but I'd like to thank you both very, very much. Excellent panel. Thank you very much for answering those questions. And now it's a great pleasure to welcome the next panel, more on the circular economy and the new global environment. We're welcoming the Minister for Development and Investments in Greece, Adonis Georgiadis, Panagiotis Mourgos, who is the Managing Director of Texan, whom I referred to just recently, who will take your cans of Coke and your plastic bottles and recycle them. Hans Brunix from the European Environment Agency, and George Saroulakos, who is the founder and president of Aegean Rebreath. We are way out of time, but we will persevere and we will make up the time somehow. Minister, the floor is yours.
Hello again.
I'm going to be very brutal with the time. And I mean, you're a politician, so that's quite a challenge.
My reputation is that I never come after overtime. I always follow the time, and then I speak a little bit more. So
I like the honesty.
Okay. So first of all, I want to thank you for the invitation for one more time. It's a very big honor for me addressing to such an extinguished audience. I'm very happy after all this period of COVID. I see a room full of people, and as I've seen in the internet, a lot of people are watching us from abroad and from far distance. So there seems that there is a big interest about the 6th Sustainability Summit here from The Economist, and I'm honored and happy that we can do these things in Greece and spread around the message of what we are doing in the country. As if for the sustainable growth, which is maybe the biggest bet not our government, not European Union, but humanity has. Sustainable growth, as I always say, the growth will be either sustainable, either there cannot be growth anymore, because the resources of the planet, as the one we know, the environment is heavily damaged from what we have done in the recent decades and centuries, and we have to repair it as fast as possible for the next generation. The world population is increasing in a rapidly way. The needs of the humanity are increasing because of that, and we have to find a way with our technologies to overcome all these big challenges. For our government, sustainable growth, the protection of the environment, the green agenda are top priorities. I think we have proved that in these 3.5 years of our term. And I'm here to say to you that in the new partnership agreement with the European Union of 21-27, we have already allocated a lot of fundings for programs into the regions, into the municipalities, and to the central government in order to accelerate recycling projects in order to find a way to use, especially plastics, in a more efficient way and a more environmental friendly way, let me comment that. We cannot live in an economy without plastic. Plastic will be a part of our life. If we would just erase plastic from our life, other big challenges would be in front and other resources would be needed that would hurt the environment again. But we have to find a way to use plastic in an environmental friendly way and in the way that will stop producing pollution to the environment and produce a better quality of life. I am happy. In our country, it's obvious that a lot of progress have been done in the recent years. We haven't reached the level we want to reach, but the progress is, I think, obviously to anybody who really wants to see that. And we are here to help as a government, all local authorities, to accelerate their processes in order to absorb this funding and continue the effort of sustainable growth. And I want to close with an example. You know that I was personally engaged and the government to this project that is called the Hellinikon project in the old airport of Athens, very nearby here. And I always say that this will be the new face of Greece abroad. One of the things that made us so proud about this project is because it is totally green, totally sustainable, totally recycled, carbon neutral, in a way that the cities of the future should be throughout the planet. And we want to show that Greece, in this new way, can play a key role, can be one of the first countries and not one of the last countries as we used to be, as a world example of finding a way to combine economic growth, sustainable growth, better quality of living for the people, and great respect of the environment. This is the bet of the government, this is the bet of the Greek people, this is the bet of the Greek state, and this is what we will achieve in the years to come. Of course, under the term of a new term of our government after the elections of 2023, which I'm totally sure it will happen because the Greek people is just and will recognize the effort our government did in the recent 3.5 years.
Minister, thank you very, very much. And you not only kept to time, you gained 10 seconds. That's very, very impressive. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And now that's a real challenge for Panagiotis Mourgos now.
Mr. Moderator, I take the opportunity to speak in Greek because Greece now is an example in a circular economy project, and we are proud of this. Αξιότιμη κύριε Υπουργέ, Ανάπτυξη και Επενδύσεων.
So, esteemed Minister of Development and Investments, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the Tehan Evipco Group is proud to support the 6th Sustainability Summit as the silver sponsors of the event, organized by The Economist in collaboration with the Power Game. We are really proud of contributing to making this Economist conference being the first zero-waste one. We have installed high-tech US-made recycling machines in the venue, so we can recycle all plastic, glass and metal containers produced during the conference. We have installed specific sorting bins for paper only, which is produced during the conference. We have also installed special brown bins for bio-waste. So we show in the context of this event that our zero-waste approach and circular economy is a reality, is a necessity, and it's also a possibility we have, and we can all be part of that consciously, be part of this process. So, seizing this opportunity, I'd like once again to make reference to the Minister of Development attending this event once again, Mr. Adonis Diageorgiadis. He is the minister who, as we say, is the right guy in the right place. We, investors, have been lucky to have someone in the Ministry of Development and Investments who has his doors open for investors and who continues a silent, tireless effort made by him and his partner and colleagues, of course, so that the environment is investor-friendly and business-friendly. His actions, his decisions, in conjunction with the Prime Minister's strategic choice, has turned our country into an attractive investment destination. We are really happy, we're really lucky that we have lots of new investments in our country, and we have more incoming, and we're really happy because our country may attract more investments also on circular economy. Our investment is one of these ones, and in collaboration with the competent ministries, the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Development, we have installed in our country the first high-tech US-made recycling plant system. So, and this is something produced here in Greece. So we have technology made in Greece. And seizing today's opportunity, I would like to warmly thank the US Ambassador, Mr. George Chunis, and his predecessor, Mr. Jeffrey Pyatt, and of course all the offices and the aid services of the US Embassy who made possible that this investment would come to Greece, because Greece has been selected in a very competitive framework, in a very competitive landscape against countries with lower tax coefficients, tax rates, and so they made it happen that the investment came here through their systematic and efficient, as it was proven, strategy. But this is just the beginning. I'd like me to highlight that the Greek government has prepared a comprehensive framework for circular economy in our country. For Law 48/19 of 2019 is effectively tackling these issues, and actually it's one of the best frameworks in Europe when it comes to recycling. So, as of July 1st, 2023, we have a new system for guarantee returns for containers. Following the joint ministerial decision, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis and Mr. Skrekas, we now have a full determination of how this guarantee provisions, this guaranteeing will be operated. So our country is a pioneer in this effort, and although we are ranking low, we believe that in the next 10 years Greece will be ranking at the top places in the European Union. So this is already in the pipeline. Moreover, it is very important that the current government has created a comprehensive financing framework in the context of the new NSRF for the programming period 21-27. We have very significant funds earmarked for promoting recycling at a regional, municipal and national level. So indeed there is planning that provides us with all tools in order to promote recycling in our country. And the results are already obvious. Currently, we have many recycling centers run also by our group, installed in our country, so that our country may become a very good European example for others. At this very point, I'd like to highlight that all the above take place and should take place with the participation of civil society. So social cohesion is a very important parameter, and all of us, decision makers, policy makers, governments, individuals, we have to take that into account. This is a very difficult period for everyone that involves a lot of social, financial and environmental challenges. We have a war in our continent after many, many years, and this has a huge impact on us. So social cohesion is very important. We, the Hannah Vivko Group, in this context, have deployed a wide program of CSR. We will donate 1 million euros to 4 pillars: A, education; B, health; C, environment; D, local communities, because indeed organizations and companies have to share the responsibility of supporting society to make it through. So altogether, the state, the government, the companies, our employees and social institutions, we have to contribute to a sustainable development, to a sustainable environment for our country. And it seems that we can do it. Thank you very much.
And I think, Minister, you should be grateful for what is such a rare compliment to a politician. The translator, who's very, very good, said that you are the right guy in the right place. So Oh, there you go. Now,
I have to comment. No, I have to comment. It was the first time in my life that someone said that I do a job without noise. My reputation in the country is exactly the opposite. But I was very happy.
well, the right guy in the right place now is Hans Brunnings from the European Environment Agency. The floor is yours. Hans, after you. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be with you today on this really timely topic, at a timely moment also in the EU, because the EU yesterday launched a new circular economy package, so it could not be more timely. I will start from the environmental perspective, if you don't mind, because why are we talking about this issue? It is because we are facing, as the UN says, a triple planetary crisis, a climate crisis, which is well known, and we start to see the costly impacts of that on our societies, especially in the Mediterranean, in Europe. We also have a biodiversity crisis, which is a threat to our food system in a longer perspective, and also to our health, as we've seen with the COVID crisis, and we face a pollution crisis. And why do we have those crises? Because our growth model has been based essentially on unsustainable systems of production and consumption. And that is, of course, where the SDG 12, sustainable consumption and production, comes in. And that is also where the circular economy comes in. And we all know the IPCC, the Panel on Climate Change, and maybe even the IPBES, the Panel on Biodiversity. There's also the Panel on Resources, the International Resource Panel, of which I'm a member. And we do the analysis of resource use, resource efficiency, and make a strong link with the circular economy. And the messages from the work in the IRP are crystal clear. First of all, if we want to reach our goals on climate change, net zero, and on biodiversity, strengthening and restoring ecosystems, there is no way, there is not a snowball's chance in hell that we will get there if we do not address our resource use. Not only because of scarcity of resources, which is the case for some of them, but especially because along the cycle of resource use, we have such an impact on the environment, on climate, on biodiversity, and on pollution. So really going to the core of the issue in our systems of production and consumption is absolutely necessary. There's another reason, and that is that the distribution of costs and benefits across the value chains of natural resources are incredibly unequal, with a really small proportion of the population on this planet benefiting from resources through consumption patterns and through economic benefits, and large parts of this planet not benefiting from consumption and suffering the major impacts of our use of natural resources. So if we want to create well-being on this planet for 10 billion people within planetary boundaries, we will really have to address resources and thus go to a circular economy. And that is exactly what the European Union is doing in its European Green Deal. And it also emphasizes a clear method there, and that is systemic transitions. And those are needed because at this moment, and it has been mentioned in the previous panel, the evolution of the circular economy in Europe is slow. We have seen a growth from about 10% to 14, 15% based on our knowledge in the agency and working together with Eurostat, which is not aligned with the goals on climate and on biodiversity. So speeding up is absolutely essential. Just to give you an example, less than 50% of the waste in Europe is recycled, and the minister already said it. Greece has some catching up to do, and I'm happy to hear that there are such initiatives, because in Greece it's only just above 20%, with the large majority going to landfills. And that's if waste ends up there, waste becomes waste because we waste it, and whereas we should go to a materials thinking there. Now, what is clear is that this can be driven by technological innovation and by digitalization, as was discussed 2 panels ago, if I'm not mistaken. But it's much more than that. It's also business models. It's the way in which we offer solutions to consumers. It is about our tax systems, about getting banks and investors involved, which tends to be much easier on climate and energy issues than on circular economy issues. And a good example are battery electric vehicles. Yes, they are better for climate and for the environment, but if we are going to use battery electric vehicles as we do our current cars, which mean we all own one, and so we have 1.5 tons of resources and materials that we only use 6% of the time with 1.2 people in the car for distances mostly below 10 kilometers, we might be making progress on some issues of circularity, but we're definitely not solving the overall sustainability issue. So we need to go to what is called in the European Commission's work program for next year, radical transitions, and we need to speed them up. And I would like to end this intervention by referring again to the previous panels where there was a reference to we need to start talking to the young generation, and of course that is true. I'm also a university professor, so this is part of my calling in life. But we don't have the time to wait for the next generation. Those who are responsible now in our economy need to do it now. This is a pivotal decade. We have no time to waste. So when those responsible for the major sectors of the economy, the financing, and the politics meet in Davos or in other fora, that's where it needs to happen now. And so all the alliances, roundtables, pledges, and other things that we have put in motion around circular economy and resource efficiency are indeed a big step forward, but we need to start delivering in a more fundamental way now. We have no time to waste, and waste can be seen in all meanings of the word in this case. Thank you very much.
Very much indeed, Hans. That's a very powerful intervention. And before I take the final speaker, just one thing, Hans. The European Union has set some pretty ambitious goals in terms of the environment and of moving towards a green economy. Do you think realistically those goals will be met? For example, will Fit for 55, 2030 goal? I mean, this is very ambitious, and you've got the distraction of the war in Ukraine, you've got high interest rates, etc., inflation. I mean, everybody would like these goals to be met, but realistically, will they? I mean, without a paradigm shift, to use that wonderful phrase, and paradigm shifts do not happen overnight, if at all. Sorry, it's a rather gloomy question, but...
Very, very quickly, it is remarkable that even with COVID and the current war and the economic pressures, that the needle on the compass stays where it is. I mean, Europe is sticking to the European Green Deal and to the digital revolution. And why is that? And that's the answer to the second part of your question. That is that these goals and policy objectives, which are very ambitious, are based on science. They are based on knowledge. I mean, what would be unrealistic is not to go to net zero and not to go to a more circular economy, because the economy of the future will have to be sustainable, or we will be in a type of society that has a lot of unpleasant side effects, not only for those in disenfranchised parts of the world, but also for ourselves. I mean, a 3-degree world will become unlivable.
Yeah.
A planet where food systems are threatened by biodiversity loss will be a very unpleasant planet. So ambitious, yes, for good reason, and we better stick to it. Otherwise, the consequences will be rather straightforward and are well documented by scientists.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, last but definitely not least, George Saroglakos, who is the founder and president of Aegean Rebreathe, or Rebreathe. I don't know whether it's Rebreathe or Rebreathe.
Normally it's Rebreathe, but...
Rebreathe, okay, so we should have an E on the end here, I think.
Yeah, it's made for attracting attention, you know.
Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you for the invitation. We get the feeling as Aegean Rebreathe that we discuss much more about circular economy than doing stuff. So we are here today to present some practices taking place that could definitely offer some orientations for decision-making at central level. In our view, circular economy cannot be achieved or be strengthened without citizens. Nowadays, we see that there are a lot of initiatives without really reaching citizens and local societies. Therefore, Aegean Rebirth works with local societies and local authorities by implementing clean-up activities, underwater and coastal, educational and research activities, capacity building to municipalities, waste management, developing waste management methods. Therefore, we are proud to say that up to now, we have already established the first network of marine litter collection stations operating in 18 places all over Greece, working as hubs for the training of local authorities. We have also established and coordinate the first network of municipalities in Greece, joining efforts with 16 municipalities for the marine environment. However, Aegean Rebirth, from the very start, believed that the preservation of marine environment should involve all key actors, citizens, local authorities, central government, and private firms. So by highlighting this, I would like to refer to two specific projects that took place during the last 2 years and really proved the added value of circular economy. The first one is took place in Adiparos Island. After establishing the first marine litter station, we were very happy to see that while there was no waste management system in the island, 8 months after, the Adiparos Island became ranked fourth in terms of recycling. However, we were also invited at a later stage to adapt the coastal environment of Adiparos. And then we had to come up with a great idea in order to mobilize local authorities. What was that idea? By collecting 400 kilos of bottle caps, we generated bins, 3-stream recycling bins for the whole island. So that was a concrete example of how we move forward with circular economy. Another case was our cooperation with BAT Hellas. The cigarette butts is always a big problem that we find on the coastal system of Greece. And we had to develop another innovative project by involving local authorities, local society, and private firms. Therefore, by establishing collection points for the cigarette butts, by introducing campaigns, by using innovative technologies, Copernicus satellite systems to track the butts concentration on the ground, we managed to transform the whole the local society. This is proved by the fact that 65% of the dumping of cigarette butts was reduced. 68% of the local society considered the project totally beneficial for the local authority, for the local society, while we managed to gather 70,000 cigarette butts within 8 months. I'm referring to these two projects in order to show that there are practices in place. Now, concerning the question about the benefit, what should be the incentives for the circular economy, there are some things that should take place. We need to do more about circular economy. We need to introduce into the circular economy term the minimization of single-use items. There is no point of discussing about recycling of plastics, single-use plastics and aluminum, when we can really talk about minimization of items. Let's not forget that this bottle is recycled up to 3 times. So we need to introduce new terms into circular economy. However, we would like to suggest 5 interventions about boosting circular economy. The first is like reshaping policies. We need more efficient policies. The second is that we need to engage private firms actively into the circular economy concept. The third is that we should try to involve more citizens that because citizens and local societies can ensure sustainability and viability. We need new awareness programs about circular economy. And of course, we need to streamline funding mechanisms in order to further strengthen pilot successful projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Excellent. Minister, you're the right guy in the right job, apparently. But Hans Brunings pointed out that 80% of your waste still goes into landfill. So what's your target?
I have to be very honest. Greece was, when we came into the government, in a very bad position in how we were handling our garbage in general. I remember the first week I was in my office, Commissioner Hahn had sent me a letter, a warning letter about not absorbing European funding for garbage management. And we realized as a government that the previous government has done almost zero, not almost, they've done zero in programming any real project of garbage management in the country. This was almost great irony if you think that the previous government was supposed to be an environmental friendly and green government. But they have left to our offices not a single study, not a single tender, not a single national plan about how we would implement all these policies. So yes, we had to work from the scratch. And this needed a lot of effort. I have to say that we have worked closely with our European friends, and Commissioner Ferreira helped us a lot with her team in order to see how to accelerate the process and absorbing the money. And we have learned now all the tenders that they are in process, and we're totally sure that until the end of 2023, we will have already implemented the national plan and build the infrastructure that we need in order to change the bad performance Greece had in the previous years. Mr. Mourgos already explained that we have finished all the legal framework of the country in order to make everybody understand how they have to proceed in the months to come. And I'm very optimistic that as we have achieved in all the other programs to be the first country in the European Union in absorbing the funding, we will manage to absorb all the great European support into the garbage management program. And let's say fix a problem that we acknowledge it's here and we are working very hard to overcome it. But be sure that if we are here in the Economist Forum 2 years from now, and you have the same people to speak, they will recognize the huge progress we have already done until then.
Hans, you managed very cleverly, I thought, and politely to, to put the minister on the spot. In terms of the European Union, 27 members, it used to be 28, and I think that since Brexit, actually, the UK has possibly gone back in its performance on waste, etc., but I don't know. Who are the worst performers? And if you don't want to name the worst performers, who are the best?
Well, the whole circular economy is a broad field, but if you look at recycling waste, it's clear that a couple of countries more in Northern Europe, but also my own country, Belgium in this case, is doing very well in recycling waste. And I think there is a lot of good policy experience and technology to be shared in Europe. And I think the minister also referred to that. So that is definitely the case. If you look at really going to the core of circularity, it's clear that some countries are really emphasizing innovation, like Sweden, which is working on steel that is really aligned to the future of zero carbon and circularity. Other countries are really emphasizing innovation in the digital sphere. The Dutch have a really strong national approach to that. So there are, on this broad spectrum, which we call circular economy, Europe is an unbelievable laboratory of policy approaches, of technology that is supported also by the EU, of research that is very good. So I think any country in the EU can find the good examples, but also the networks to actively support this transition in the countries of Europe. So I would invite everybody to reflect on the potential that is there and using it the best.
And is private enterprise playing its role? I mean, it always seems to me that if you take the steel industry, for example, it's an enormous consumer of energy. And yet steel is also almost infinitely recyclable. And so if there were a technological breakthrough in the way it actually makes steel, it would be an enormous benefit in terms of a transition to a properly green economy.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that we see an enormous amount of innovation in industry, but I think the real paradigm shift is the following. We have been focusing on limiting pollution and also on optimizing and making more efficient the systems that we already have. For example, the car system. The real shift now, and that's what I call then, industrial policy or sectoral policy 3.0, is now to move towards reinventing sectors within these boundary conditions of the 21st century. And we see a lot of innovation, a lot of young startups, younger people who are then finding their way to larger players to drive innovation there. The thing is now to scale it up and speeding it up, and that has been said by several of the speakers before.
Yeah. Panagiotis, you've got your recycling plastics, which, as the minister pointed out, plastics will be with us probably forever. I was intrigued by something I heard on BBC Radio the other day about seaweed as a new packaging product on a commercial scale. I mean, potentially anyway. Have you heard about this? And you have plenty of seaweed in Greece, of course.
Πολύ καλή ερώτηση και
That was a great question. It was a great question, and it's really helpful to make us understand how we will move on with a sustainable future. It is evident that certain materials, because of the way we use them, their practicality will be here with us forever. So it's up to how we use them. Zero waste means, and the core of circular economy suggests that whatever is being produced is re-entering the cycle of economy, and that's the important thing. As the minister said before, plastics is the main packaging material currently used. But the European Commission decided that the following, and that has been already harmonized in the Greek legislation system, that by 2025, at least 25% of all PET plastics for packaging will will be made of recycled plastic, so they can be sold. So by 2030, all plastics, packaging plastics, will have to include 30% of recycled plastics, which means that if we properly manage plastics, we can do it. That's why we have the guaranteeing scheme, because we have to collect the plastics using high-tech systems in order for this material to be at the right state. So we give the financial incentive both to the producer and the consumer to be part of this recycling process, so that plastics don't end up in the landfill, so that we don't have 80% of plastics in the landfills, but 10% of them in the landfills. And this is the goal set for Greeks as well, and this has been dictated by the competent ministries. So it is important to properly manage all the stages in between in order to meet the goal. 80%, that's the goal. All guaranteeing schemes reach 80% within 3 or 4 years. We are currently at 20%. In the next 3 years, we aim at reaching the 80%, because all the links of the chain will have an incentive, a penalty or an incentive, financial incentive, in order to be part of this process. And thanks to the financing instruments deployed by this government, also in the context of the previous financial facility and the new financial law 2127 of 2019, that creates a very clear environment and a clear landscape for businesses to grow and for the participation of the society in these goals. This means a lot. We have a lot of new materials in the context of this new economy that are being promoted only and always in the context of circular economy and recycling. That's why maybe you've heard that we have discontinued the use of paint in certain packaging. We used to have beverages in packaging that was colored. This processing is time-consuming and money-consuming. When it comes to glass, sometimes we add color, blue color in the glass, which means high temperature for glass processing. So gradually, blue color is being abolished from glass packaging. So the scientific community and all other stakeholders are deploying policies so that we can enter the era of circular economy, sustainable growth, so we can have a planet that we will be proud of delivering to the next generation. We have to deliver it at least in the same state as we took it. Currently, climate change, or I should call it as others, climate crisis, is here. So we have all, in a coordinated way, be part of this process. As Yannis Antetokounmpo, our brand manager, says, we are all in the same team.
Thank you very much indeed. By some miracle, we are only 4 minutes over time. And I just wanted to, I don't want to take Yorgos out of the picture. So Yorgos, I'm going to give you almost a yes or no answer. Do you think the speed of the circular economy is actually accelerating, or is it stuck?
I would say stuck. Right. And when I'm saying stuck, it's because I do believe that we haven't really communicated the principles. First of all, recycling shouldn't be based on reward. We work with local communities. We are every 2 weekends on the field discussing and fighting for marine litter, which is even more difficult issue. I will give some statistics. For example, our marine litter collection stations network has gathered within a year and a half 270,000 recyclable materials and 27 tons of nets.
Wow.
All these materials are driven to the local recycling companies, since it operates without a euro. Mm-hmm. And the nets are sent to Blue Cycle program for upcycling. We have so many projects that we have implemented at local level. We know that we shouldn't grow the culture that you recycle, you get reward. No. Because what happens when the money stops? We'll find the waste again into the sea. That's the first thing. The second thing is that let's see what happens in the market. We banned plastics, some plastics. Yeah. But then we replace them with composite products, which are, by European Commission are considered as plastics. So we have to be really realistic with what happens. There's no time of playing around, and I will agree with everyone that we have to act now. There are examples, and we should build on our lessons.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been a fascinating session. I wish I could take questions from the audience, but we are out of time. Hans, thank you very much for being online with us, and congratulations to whoever actually is providing the technology, because it's worked seamlessly, not just for you, but for other presentations as well. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much, Panagiotis. Thank you, Georgios. And
I want to say congratulations also to Power Game that helped us to be here.
Sorry, congratulations to
Power Game.
To the Power Game,
yes.
Coordinator in the summit.
It is something I read almost every day.
So there's someone else, the right people in the right job.
Yes, as it seems.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
When we work together, science can make the world a better place. For you, for me, and this planet we call home.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Dexan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 131 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
When we work together, science can make the world a better place. For you, for me, and this planet we call home.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Dexan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 131 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
When we work together, science can make the world a better place. For you, for me, and this planet we call home.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Dexan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 131 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
And then we ask questions. Is that the way we'll be doing it?
Yeah, well, why don't I hand straight. Yeah, and we could do that here, I guess. Κυρίες και κύριοι, mesdames, messieurs, Sayyidati wa Sayyidati, many thanks for coming back from the coffee break. Coffee, by the way, is excellent here. We are privileged to have with us Muhammad Yunus, who I think is one of the great men of the 20th century. And here in the 21st century, he's looking very, very well and has a wonderful study of books behind him. So Muhammad Yunus, thank you very much for being with us. I think everybody knows who you are, but I always think of you not only as a Nobel laureate, Nobel Peace Prize in 2005, 2007, but I think of you as the man who more or less invented microcredit. So it's a real privilege to see you there. I am with Andreas Papandreou, who is a much more distinguished man than me. I'm just a humble journalist. Andreas is a genuine academic who can ask you penetrating questions about banking. I would just like one thing to say. I don't think you have been properly honored in your own country. So I hope that's not too provocative. I hope I don't get you into any more trouble. But I think you are a real gift to humanity. So thank you. Andreas, the floor is yours with Muhammad Yunus.
Thank you, John, and for your kind words of me, but I have to say that it's been very hard to keep up to your standard in dealing with these conference coordinations. It's a great honor again to see you, Muhammad Yunus. We were together just 3 years ago, I think, and before COVID. And I had the honor, my Department of Economics had the honor to give you an honorary doctorate degree, which was a wonderful event. It's truly, I think, difficult to overstate the tremendous influence of your work in microfinance, in the idea of a social enterprise, which of course has had a tremendous influence moving forward, and I think it would be interesting to hear a little bit your views on the present interest and skyrocketing of the idea of ESG, which certainly has been strongly influenced by the idea of social enterprise. And perhaps moved in different directions. So I certainly would like to hear more about that. Also, your innovative ideas of microfinance and targeting of gender, of women in particular, was so critical in that whole development. And now, of course, we're talking about green finance. And overall, we understand that in terms of dealing with some of the major challenges of our time, the green transition, we have to find ways of changing the direction of the banking system, of the financial world, not only for large industries, but things that will have a direct impact to poverty, to behavioral change at the level of the individual, of the family, which have to partake in essentially addressing these major challenges. Do I start by asking specific? I think there were some specific questions in there as well, or
I think let's ask Mohammed. I mean, the microcredit, I think you can call it a revolution, has really taken off in all sorts of ways because, I mean, now, for example, you have crowdfunding, which is rather different, but nonetheless, it's a concept which perhaps was inspired by microcredit. What is happening with the Grameen Bank and its successors now?
You want to respond to that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting me and for your kind words. You start with the microcredit. Microcredit was a kind of a question that we raised, that banking system is not designed properly, designed the right way, because it neglects serving the vast majority of the people in the world. And the financial system is designed to serve the people who already have lots of money. It is attracted to people who have the maximum amount of money rather than less amount of money. So it works for top people, not the bottom people. And the bottom people are the massive number of the people around the world. And we are told that it's not because they don't want to do that. They said simply people are not creditworthy. So I challenge the question whether they should be blaming the people for their own failure. I said it's not the question of people's failure. It's a question of raising it a different way. It's not about not being creditworthy. It's a question of not being banks not being people worthy. They have not designed themselves for serving the poor people. So I designed something along the way and created Grameen Bank to answer their question that it cannot be done. I wanted to demonstrate that it can be done. And people keep asking, how did you design it? What are the elements in it? So I keep repeating that all I have to do is to look at the conventional banks, how they do it. Once I learn how they do it, I just do the opposite. And everything they do, I do the opposite. They go to rich people, I go to poor people. They go to men, I go to women. They go to city center and big cities to open their facilities, open their branches. We go to remote villages and continue to work in remote villages and villages after that. Grameen Bank never works in any cities. They concentrated in the villages. Bangladesh has 85,000 villages, and every single village has Grameen programs operating, Grameen branch operating there. So, and conventionally, they want the borrowers to come to their premises to do their work, to their business done. We say that should not be it. People should not come to the bank. Bank should go to people. So we created a system where it's delivered at their doorstep and so on. And we dismissed the whole idea of collateral. Banks want collateral for everything they do. Whatever they want to give you against that, they want to make sure they're secure. They get the collateral. We dismissed the whole idea of collateral. There's a fundamental challenge to the banking system. And we created a banking system dismissing the collateral system. Since we don't have collateral, we don't have lawyers in our system. So it's a lawyer-free banking. And it works. Now Grameen Bank has over 10 million borrowers. 97% women, and repayment rate is near 100%, 97, 98% always, never fell below that. So they cannot say that it doesn't work, and it doesn't cover the cost and so on. And the conclusion that I came when we talk about poverty, that poverty is not created by the poor people. Poverty is created by the system that we have built. It's a system fault. It's not the fault of the people. People are as good as anybody else. And I give the example of bonsai. I said, look at the bonsai. You take the seed of the tallest tree in the forest, put it in a flower pot. It grows, the tree grows exactly like the one that you see in the forest, but grows only half a meter tall. It's a good replica, but doesn't grow more than that. I said, poor people are like bonsai people. Nothing wrong with the seed, but the society never gave the space to grow as tall as everybody else. So it's a fault of the design that we make. Design built walls, not to facilitate people to come out of the trap that they are put into. So this is how we go into it. Then we look at the COVID-19. When it came, you remember, massive number of people were pushed down to poverty immediately. And it's not in millions, even they're touching the billion mark. And that's the kind of things, what happens. A little bit of disturbance, it creates a very fragile kind of existence they have, and that disappears completely. Then comes the Ukrainian war. We are talking about it as a war as if it's a local war. Today it is a global war, because you cannot see any single country, any single person in a country who is not negatively impacted by that war because of the inflation, because of the problem of the marketing and problem of the job retaining and so on and so forth, and all the impact on the agriculture. Some countries are even worrying about famine coming in, but famine, even if the famine doesn't come, but people have an extremely difficult time to survive right now. So this is the kind of a very fragile system that we built, because we built in a way, we assumed in the entire economic system that people are driven by self-interest. So economics made us selfish people. And we are running after money. Profit maximization is our goal. And that's where everything went the wrong way. Not only we created massive poverty, we created global warming. Global warming is a product of the system, not something that is imposed by somebody else from outside. We created this global warming and continue in the suicidal path. And we have really done nothing to address that issue in terms of systemic solutions. We continue to create global warming and continue to talk about how to address that, while scientists are telling us that we don't have much time left, maybe 3 decades, maybe luckily for us, if we can survive up to four decades. So we are truly in a suicidal path. What we talk about that before the present civilization, which is based on profit maximization, destroys us, we have to find a way to save ourselves by creating a new civilization. That's the only option. Moving away from being selfish people, moving away from being money-making robots. We have to discover ourselves as human beings and create a civilization which is based on human values. That's where we talk about redesigning of the entire financial system. This financial system is creating extreme wealth concentration. All the wealth goes in the one direction and make it happen that the poor people remain at the bottom, and a handful of people at the top makes all the wealth. Even during the pandemic, trillions of dollars went into the top, while massive number of people pushed into the poverty. So that's not the kind of system we want to continue. So we have to disengage ourselves from that, create a system, and we have to discover that we are not only driven by self-interest, we are also driven by collective interest. And we have to build a business for the collective interest. And we created something called social business. Social business is to solve problems rather than make money for anybody. So it's a non-dividend business to address problems. And we have created many of these social businesses, encouraging academicians to discuss this in the classroom and to business school to talk about different kinds of business, two kinds of business, one for making money, one for solving the problems without having any interest in making money for yourself. And that idea has got into multinational companies. We created social businesses in collaboration with multinational companies, with Danone, with Euglena, with Uniqlo in Japan, with McCain in Canada. And so these are the kind of things. And also one point that's missing in the conventional economics, that human beings are treated as a potential job seeker. That's the only ultimate goal human beings can look for that. I think that's an extremely harmful description of human goal. Human beings are not born to work for somebody else. Human beings are born to unleash the creative energy each one of us has, so that we become truly contributing to the society and contributing to the planet. And this is the direction we have to go. So we are basically born as entrepreneurs rather than job seekers. So this is a misdirection of human energy. So education system has to be redesigned so that we come out of the universities not as job seekers, but as fully equipped entrepreneurs to do that. And in order to do that, financial institutions also have to get ready, because finance is key to entrepreneurship. Finance is the oxygen of entrepreneurship. If you cannot provide that oxygen, you cannot explore your entrepreneurial capacity. So that's the element which will be happening in the new civilization that I talk about. It will be a civilization which will be of 3 0. 0 net carbon emission, 0 wealth concentration, and 0 unemployment. So these are the basic feature of the new civilization that we have to build. I'll stop here and let you ask.
Andreas.
Okay, well, I'd like to follow your thread on your contribution both to microfinance and the social enterprise. As I said earlier, in the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a skyrocketing of the idea of ESG, environment, social, and governance issues in mostly large multinational companies or public listed companies. One question is, of course, that in many sense that is drawn on your idea that the goal of individuals and in particular of companies shouldn't be the old Friedmanite view that they just focus on profits and shareholders, but they should broaden their vision towards essentially catering to the needs of stakeholders and the broader public. I'd like to know how much you think that idea, because that idea is also, especially in view of the recent energy crisis, there may have been a bit of a backtracking from some companies on that focus. And there's also a lot of criticism of greenwashing. Most of the ESG focuses on areas of large companies, and there's some difficulty because it's quite demanding for smaller companies to find the means to, let's say, do environmental accounting or understand their impact for the climate. It'd be interesting to hear your view of how your initial an idea of social enterprise, which has hugely influenced these latest developments, is that a clear continuation to the idea of the social enterprises? Are there differences that you think are worrying? In terms of microcredits, can you see, and social enterprise, can you see a link between the challenges of climate change and addressing these kinds of problems? So that's kind of a packed set of questions.
Yes, this is a thing that companies realize that what the thing they're not doing, and what creating the problem that bugging the whole world and pushing it into the direction of ultimate end, making the human being on this planet as the most endangered species on the planet right now. So they want to justify what they do. In order to do that, they come up with ESG. ESG was a good idea, but it is done in a more of a public relations way, so that you feel that I'm doing good, but actually I'm busy making money. So they are not compromising on making money part of it. Nobody says I'm taking a step back from profit maximization. I'm spending my resources in addressing the ESG and so on. So this is a token thing. It's basically tokenism rather than ultimate thing. I said, if you're so serious about solving the problem, focus on solving problem, then you should create a separate entity. You run your business, make money, but parallelly you create a social business to address the problem of either global or whatever ESG is telling you. Have a separate company, which is with a zero profit from that. None of your shareholders want to take any profit out of it. The moment you introduce profit into any business, with any explanation that you want to do for the good of the people and for the solution of the global warming and everything else, it becomes it minimizes the importance of those things, because profit motive is so powerful, it squeezes out everything else. So, so it's better to skip the profit motive out of the company itself. And good example came out recently, the Patagonia. It's a big gold industry and so on, only probably not even 2 months yet. The family-owned company. The company decided that it will hand over the whole company into a trust or into a company devoted to something else. They will not have any profit out of the company. The original owner will not be in any way connected with the company. The company, all the profit of the company will be devoted to addressing the global warming. So that's the kind of thing. He disconnected himself from the profit completely from this multinational company, multi-billion-dollar company. So this is another one good example, but one cannot, if one doesn't have to go all the way to surrender the entire company, one can do 5% of the company or 10% of the company, created a separate company, which is devoted to addressing all those ESG objectives that we have. Otherwise, ESG objective will be just something to present in a good, beautiful pictures and so on, saying that, see how good we are with what we are doing to the world to save the world and protect the people. So that's the ESG part of it. Definitely, we have to introduce this idea into the business school. Business school students are still being taught how to go out and help the companies to maximize profit, expand market and maximize profit. And that's the technique they're taught. I said in business school, they should be giving another degree instead of giving this current degree, MBA and so on. They should be a social business company degree, social business management degree. Which would be to create a company to solve problems, global warming, waste control, or healthcare, or water problem, whatever we see as the problem of the world. How to create that without having any intention of making any profit out of the company. A company may make profit, profit will be plowed back into the company. It will not be distributed to the shareholders, and the shareholders will never claim any dividend out of it. They will never get any dividend. That's a social business. So they will know how to create and how to design, how to run. If you take the profit maximizing students to run those businesses, they will make a mess because they don't understand how to run a business not to make money, because they have been trained over and over to maximize profit. So you need a different kind of education for that. Education system itself has to go under radical change, because instead of producing job-ready young people, they should be producing life-ready young people to address all the problems that you see around the world that you have created, so that they can fight and they can continue they can be ready to address the problem that we face. But basic thing is to redesign the economic system. That's the basic core of the whole problem. If you go by the same road, you always end up at the same destination. So no matter what you try to do, if your roads are the same, you cannot go to a new destination. So if you want to go to a new destination, you have to build new roads. And that's what we talk about, the creating of a new civilization and building new roads to create that civilization.
Mohammed, you mentioned how powerful the profit motive is. is the Grameen Bank and microcredit in general, I mean, you're in Bangladesh, which is one of the world's biggest Muslim countries. Is the microcredit system Sharia compliant? Have you had any criticism or not?
No, we never tried to be Sharia compliant or any religious related thing. We simply said it's a company which brings financial services to the poor people, and particularly poor women, focusing on poor women. And we had to struggle through it, but people accepted it. So we don't have to go to any religious, we charge interest, which is a difficult thing for any organization to even utter the word interest.
Yes.
Because it's accept that. I said, although it is called interest, we see a lot of religious leaders who says the word is not important. What you do is the important thing. What you're doing, you're helping the poor. So that's interest. It's not against Islamic principles. So again, you have support from the religious leaders across the world. It's not just in Bangladesh.
Because you put the profit back into
absolutely
into profit. Yeah.
This is something which is absolutely within the framework of the Islamic principles.
Yeah, good.
Yes, in your book on your World of Three Zeros, one of the issues and you mentioned it earlier as well, is your concern of the growing concentration of power, both in enterprises and in governments. And of course, in many ways, we are living through a new Gilded Age. On the one hand, my question is, how do you address this growing populism, which in some sense goes hand in hand with that concentration of power, goes hand in hand with authoritarianism that is on the rise? And the other question is, in this world of polycrisis that we're going through right now, I mean, it's hard to count the number of crises we're facing, and the pace at which there are developments. How is that affecting microfinance, the social enterprise? Are they part of the resilience against that? Are they, for instance, now interest rates are rising? Is that going to create difficulties for the survival of some of these microfinance initiatives and the social enterprise?
I go back to what I started out with. I said that we have to redesign the economic machine itself so that all these issues become irrelevant. For example, the question of redesigning the banking system, we are talking about banking system should be predominantly with the social business banking system. There may be money making banks too, but we can create this massive amount or a large number of banks which are social business. They are not interested in making money. They are interested in, first of all, addressing the poverty, which I was discussing in connection with microcredit. Also encouraging young people to find investments money so that they become entrepreneurs. Their interest is not to make money for themselves, it's also facilitate the people, young people particularly, to become entrepreneurs and then invest in their businesses, support their operational finance requirement and so on and so forth. So if you redesign banking system alone, it has a big impact in the whole thing. And you talk about the totalitarianism and also extreme political views and so on. These are all coming from the money-making world itself, because we forgot we are as a human being. We want to be sharing and caring for each other. The world that we created, we know about war. Our world is a war economy. Everything we do, we don't talk about it much, but all governments have their war ministry, or they call it defense ministry. It's a war ministry. They prepare for the war. And war industry is a significant part of the world economy. If you compare the peace, there is no peace ministry. So you desire peace, but you have no institutional arrangement for peace. You don't have the amount of resources and attention and research and everything technology that you put in killing people. You don't even use a fraction of it for building the peace, what are the needs of the peace, Ministry of Peace, or peace industry, for example, how to create that. So it's a kind of we say something in words to fool people, but do exactly the opposite. We enjoy creating technology and equipments and weapons to destroy people, compared to what we would do in addressing how to keep the peace, how to institutionalize peace, how to learn how to bring the technology of conflict resolution. We don't even spend any word for that, or any institutional arrangement for that. There will be conflict in human society, but we have to learn how to do the conflict resolution. Today we have an institution like the United Nations, which is a toothless organization. It doesn't do anything, cannot do anything in the face of all the massive problems that we create. Like when the pandemic came, that was the only global institution which can fight for the entire world, but it was decapacitated. United States government was, at that time when the pandemic was just rising sharply, they were withdrawing money from the WHO and condemning WHO for all kinds of things, rather than encouraging it to support and organize the whole world to lead the fight against the COVID-19 and so on. During the COVID-19, each country became isolated islands, so that they create their space to take care of their own people, forgetting everybody else. As a result, rich countries created the whole new concept of vaccine apartheid. They controlled all the vaccines for themselves rather than somebody else. So there was no globalization of anything. We talk about a global village. We saw there was no global village. All we saw is islands. Countries as distant islands from each other. Everybody is busy taking care of themselves. 10 richest countries in the world mobilized 80% of all the vaccines for themselves, even though they don't need it, but they mobilized it. And they wasted it. They threw it away later on when they expired. But rest of the world is waiting for the vaccine. So it is the profit of the vaccine companies, or that's what the winning side of the whole thing was. It is a battle between the money making and saving people's life. The profit won over the life of the people. So that's the kind of civilization we have built, and we have to get away from that civilization and create a new one.
Mohammed,
value life than the profit.
Very sadly, I'm being told that we are basically out of time, but
I'm sorry.
I want to congratulate you on everything. And it strikes me actually that two of the, well, not just you, but another Nobel laureate from the Indian subcontinent, Amartya Sen, he's also raised the same issues that you have. And if you look at the future, I mean, you, I think, have been one of the greatest financial innovators of decades. When you look at the future, are you, in a word, are you optimistic or are you pessimistic?
I describe myself as a compulsive optimist, because I believe in one thing, and very firmly believe. I try to explain it to people, particularly young people. I said, nothing is impossible for human being. All we have to do is to make up our mind to do it. Once we make up our mind, we get it done. And that's why we don't know how to make up our mind. We just avoid this decision-making part of it. So I'm encouraging young people to make up their mind and create 3-0 clubs to become what I call 3-0 persons, where personally each member of the club would be making himself or herself immune from all the contamination they are making, contribution they are making in the global warming, in wealth concentration, in unemployment, and so on. So there will be 0 wealth concentration contribution for them, 0 contribution to unemployment for them, 0 global warming contribution to global warming. So in the result would be I become a 3-0 person. So I'm not contributing in any one of these. So if I become 3-0 person and my colleagues in the club become 3-0 persons, and we create 3-0 families, that will be the step to create a 3-0 world. So it all starts with me, person. It's not about the theories, it's not about something else. It's me, what I want to do with my life, and what kind of world that I want to create, contribute and save the future generations from destruction.
Muhammad Yunus, thank you very much. It's fantastic. Thank you. And thank you. And I think the lesson is that we should all be compulsive optimists. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. And sadly, we're slightly over time, I'm afraid, but could I ask, Stavros, you don't need our photograph.
We didn't.
You've got us before.
We forgot our photo opportunity.
Well,
with Yunus, but he's unlinked now, eh?
Yeah, we've lost the link, so
okay.
No, never mind. It's a pleasure now to move on to the next speaker, who is Stefanos. Now, I may have a problem with the name here. Ayasoglu? Was that reasonably good? Really? Oh, well, you're very kind. The Chief Executive Officer of Public Road Transport. Please, the floor is yours. Now, what do you want to tell us?
Oh, well.
Because road transport, obviously, is one of the greatest polluters in the world.
And of course, this is...
And do you have a car?
Yes, I do.
Do you have more than one car?
Yeah, no, just one.
Just one. I will say no more.
but I do have 1,500 buses all around Athens, running around. So
diesel powered or electric powered?
Well, this is what I'm here to talk about.
There we go.
Everybody thinks that now is the time for the mobility to change, and of course for the green transition to happen. But the important matter is this: you don't just go to a supermarket, you buy electric buses or whatever, and you put them out and they run and everything's fine. There are some challenges in order to achieve this goal, and the effort behind it is even greater. The Ministry of Transport, the minister is here, together with us, the public road transport company. We are doing a very enormous effort to prepare this situation to happen. In a very short period of time, the ministry managed to almost complete the first tender for the first phase of the electric buses and the new CNG buses that will be running in Athens pretty soon during 2023. But in order for that to happen, there is an enormous effort behind the scenes. And this will change the face of public transport in Athens. Together with the new buses, what we are doing behind the scenes, and I will explain now, is very important and will change everything. Because we have 7 to 10 depots where the buses go to during the night and prepare for the next morning. And these depots have to be prepared in order to receive the new electric buses or the new CNG buses. And the big effort the ministry and ourselves are doing to prepare that has to do with a series of parameters that are complex. The equation is very complex because you need to prepare, first of all, infrastructure projects, smaller, medium, and larger infrastructure projects in order to have the new buses depoted in such a way that they will be running smoothly, because electrical buses have to do with a totally different technology than diesel buses or other kind of buses. And of course, the tender that the ministry has started in the first phase is being completed, and the second is coming very soon, will renew the whole fleet. So we're not talking about an addition of a few buses around the ones that we are running at the moment, but we're talking about a change, a full change of the fleet in Athens. Athens pretty soon will be the greenest city in Europe. And therefore, the effort that we're doing behind the scenes is huge. The parameters are many, it's very complex. We have to create a small and medium infrastructure projects, as I said, in order to prepare our depots. Then we have to coordinate with the electricity company in order to prepare the depots for the electric buses and the amount of power that they will need in order to be ready for every night for the next day. And even behind that, we have to reschedule the whole schedule of our routes, which means that we will change our routes. We will use buses that are okay for the specific
the range
routes
limits
because of the range limits of their batteries that they will have. And that means that we will have to change our personnel in order to meet those conditions, train them in such a way that they will be ready to meet the conditions of running such buses.
I have a neighbor who is a great petrol head, as they would say in England. You know, she's very, very keen on the internal combustion engine. She mocks electric vehicles, which I think is stupid, but there we are. But her argument is that actually, why not hydrogen? It seems to me that that's actually quite a good question for heavy vehicles like buses.
This is the near future and the future of public transport, hydrogen. Yes, of course, not only public transportation is going to hydrogen, but as you know, the maritime industry and the commercial industry in heavy transport is going to hydrogen. We are on our next phase going to that, and we are already preparing for that as well. For example, we are participating in 2 European programs about creating the environment on which hydrogen buses will run, because there are things to consider there. For example, how to prepare the whole manufacturing of the hydrogen in order to have the buses running. And this is happening now, and we will be ready in the second phase of our tender for the new buses to see the opportunities of hydrogen buses. Actually, now that you mention it, in the first 2 months of 2023, we'll see the first hydrogen bus tested by the ministry and ourselves in the streets of Athens for a month, doing a specific route that the other buses will be doing. So, yes, we are there and we are looking at it and we are preparing for that, because this is the future of the public transport. But before that, we have the electric buses, and we have to prepare our personnel to not only to work with them, but to understand the philosophy of the transition that we're doing in the company. And together with that, we are doing a huge project with the help of the ministry, again, for digital transformation, because green transition and digital transformation go together. This is Mobility 4.0.
Yeah. I mean, the minister is going to be in the next panel.
Yes, yes, yes.
And the last minister who was here, one of the people, one of the panelists said, well, he's the right guy in the right job. So I won't tempt you into saying that the minister in transport is the right guy in the right job. What I want to ask is...
It has been proven up to now.
Fine. So what I want to ask is, if you were the minister, what would you do?
Well, I wouldn't change anything, because we are doing a very great job.
You wouldn't, for example, say, oh, we need to have a congestion charge for traffic in Athens. Because if you were the mayor of London, for example, you'd say, yes, we need the congestion zone, it's been very successful, we need to enlarge it.
Well, I lived in London for many years during my studies there, so I've seen what's going on, and Athens isn't that different in many terms. But you understand, this is a difficult equation to solve with congestion and everything. I think we just started doing a project about cameras on the bus lanes, and that will help a lot, because this is a difficult situation as well. But don't forget that the period we just finished, COVID, the COVID period, has changed a lot the minds of people and the way they move around.
Yeah.
And now we are seeing this change happening in the people using the public transport.
When you say that it changed the habits, I mean, were people staying at home, or were they coming out? Were they reluctant to use public transport?
Well, at first they were reluctant to use the public transport. Now the situation is getting better and better, and together with the crisis, the energy crisis, people now are moving into public transport even more and more and moving their cars back. And therefore, we have to meet their expectations. And I think we increased our capacity in routes for more than 50%, and our fleet for from 850 buses to 1,400 buses during the last 3 years. And that helps a lot during this transition with very, very difficult situations such as COVID and the energy crisis.
We are almost, I think, well, we are right on time. It says, my watch says 13:30, 1:30, and it says Kostas Karamanlis.
Well, you are British, aren't you?
Well, I think that's a compliment in terms of timekeeping.
Yes.
Yes. Stefanos, thank you very much indeed. I think fascinating, and I wish you the very, very best of luck with.
Thank you very much indeed.
You know, it's interesting. We have just moved. We are in the process of moving to Brighton and Hove, and I'm impressed by the system there of traffic. Because it's really almost impossible to have a car. It's a bit like London. And the public transport is fantastic. The buses are really good in Brighton and Hove. So I find myself...
Let's hope Athens is...
And for an old person like me, they are free.
They are free. Oh, that's even better.
That will go down very well with the Athenians.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Stefanos.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for having me.
Stefanos, we need to be immortalized on film. Thanks very much indeed. Oops. And I think I've already previewed Kostas Karamanlis, the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, who is here. Minister, could you come to the podium? And Dimitris Skalkos, Secretary General of Public Investment and Partnership for the Ministry of Development and Investments, and Alexandros Echarchou. I don't know whether I've done that. Exarchou? How am I doing with that? I think it's, I probably know, I'm sure I've screwed that up. But anyway, please come here. This is Shaping Tomorrow Through Green Infrastructure. And that, I think, now, could I also, there'll be discussion, then we'll go to 10 past 2, another one. So, Minister first.
Thank you
very
much.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your kind words. You will allow me to as requested, I will have my opening remarks in my native language in Greece, and then we can have a discussion in English. Anyhow, κυρίες και κύριοι.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with great joy that I attend once again an event signed by The Economist, and I'm pretty sure that it will critically contribute to the public debate in Greece, which is not as lively as many of us in the public sphere would like it to be. Even more when at the center of at the core of today's discussion, we have the issue of sustainable growth in Southeastern Mediterranean. So let's be frank and take stock of what we've done so far. This issue, the issue of sustainable growth, has been lagging behind in our country. It was a topic, it was an issue that 4 or 5 years ago wasn't even in the agenda. It wasn't, one of the thematics in the public debate. In the past 2.5, 3 years, the government under Prime Minister Mitsotakis and the Nea Demokratia government set those issues really high in their agenda. Sustainability, or I would add fair sustainability, sustainable growth and circular economy. So, in this context, in our Ministry of Infrastructure, we have drawn up a comprehensive plan of major infrastructure projects worth of 13 billion euros, of worth. Some 11 billion euros have already been placed in tenders, and some 9 billion euros have already been awarded. That's a huge record for Greece. So we have almost mobilized some 4.5 billion euros so far in the context of these projects. Many of these projects have a green character, and green infrastructure play a very important role in our list of priorities. And let me say that in the National Infrastructure Strategic Plan, we have already shown that it has very clear targets included, and that's the first time that something like that ever happens at the governmental level. The goals are environmental protection, sound management of our natural wealth, and transition to clear energy sources. And if you like, this is about adapting to the new standards set by the climate change. So, based on this philosophy, we draw up what I normally call the next-gen projects. So, in a nutshell, these are projects that, to put it more generally, have to do with management of water resources. We use the RRF funds or the NSRF funds in order to have the Chavrias Dam, one of the first PPPs ever to take place in Greece, the Enipea Stavronitis Dam, the water reservoir of Adrianos, the big watering project of Corfu Island, and the Preveza, Arta and Lefkada water pipeline. Also, in our ministry, we have already prepared one of the largest counter-flooding projects ever in Greece, approximately 1 billion euros of worth. So, apart from the standard infrastructure projects, road infrastructure, for instance, now we have the next-gen projects that have to do with managing water resources and fighting floods. But these are not the only green projects at hand. We are also talking about a new fixed rail projects, metro, tram projects, etc. Let us not forget that the largest public work in Greece, currently underway in Greece, is Line 4 of the Athens Metro line. And this is a green project. Some months ago, together with the Prime Minister, we were glad to open the first metro stations in Piraeus. So we actually linked the largest airport of our country with the largest port of our country. So we made it happen. One last thing, and I don't want to tire you more, is that these next-gen projects have also to do with railways, because we have all to admit that the Greek railways are left in the past, especially if we compare Greek railways with Central European ones. So this government, for the very first time, using this project, this format of design and construction, has tendered more than 4.5 billion euros of projects in order to do what is self-evident. We want to turn Greece into a transport, energy and logistics hub. Then we have to do what it is self-evident, which means link railways with our logistics and our ports. This is something which lies at the heart of our strategy. It's something that lies at the heart of the European strategies, because the railway represents the main component of all projects of green transition at the European level. That's why it is one of our priorities. So, ending, let me give you some facts and figures. The Secretary General Skalkos will agree on that. The new NSRF 2021 until 2027 is the most environmental friendly one ever to be drawn up, because 67% of these projects have to do with green and sustainable infrastructure projects. So it is quite clear that this debate on moving towards a green economy of sustainable growth is not a debate, a purely theoretical debate. It is one that is being materialized as we speak, and these projects are not in the imagination of some experts, but they are currently being carried out. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Excellent. Dimitrios Skalkos, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Let me follow my minister and speak Greek. I
would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and this two-day conference on an important issue which will show the European capacity to live in a prosperity environment in the years to come. And the requirement is green transition in a new productive model, competitive and at the same time climatically sustainable. Four comments on that, and we will discuss later the rest. The first comment is that climate neutrality goal should stay as it is, despite the necessary return in some forms of energy, traditional policies imposed by the energy protection of Europe vis-à-vis Russian activities against Ukraine. This window of opportunity for that climate adjustment is small. Last February, the report of the UN underlined that no policy friendly to the environment should reverse, but we need to make haste. This is not against the targets of economic growth, but green investment will open a new works of cycle that will serve growth and policy friendly to the environment. In our country, we have adopted various strategies, detailed ones, and we started implementing them in order to have this green transition we want. We have actions against energy poverty, e-mobility, public transportation was mentioned earlier, water management was also mentioned and is important, and we do well. The second comment is that every transition has a cost and requires public funding. Our country is very lucky after hard negotiations for NSRF and RRF to have these resources in total. We have for the next years for Greek transitions 7.2 billion through NSRF and 2.7 million from RRF, and of course we have the multimodal transportation models, which is our program is one of the most aspiring for the next period. We need also to enhance climate resilience in the years to come. We are going to face a lot of climate change adverse events. A lot of fires in the past years was in South Europe. And in the years to come, the days of fires in South Europe will be increased by 40. So we need to shield ourselves against these adverse events. For climate neutrality, I mentioned at the beginning, and resilience in the projects we include and will be financed by Europe. We implement two principles, non-cause of
των προγραμμάτων και για τα έργα.
Damage of and we have the methodology of new Europe climate proofing. So after approving the products, the projects should contribute to climate sustainability and resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dimitris. Thank you, and also for keeping to time. That's very good. Thank you. And last but definitely not least, Alexandros, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll take this one in Greek, if you don't mind. Κύριε Υπουργέ, κύριε Γενικέ, κυρίες και κύριοι.
Dear Minister, dear Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, it is 70 years ago when the then Prime Minister of Greece, General Papagos, would appoint Kostas Karamanlis to the Ministry of Infrastructure following the war. That Karamanlis, as a result of being appointed to that position, skyrocketed as the most efficient, effective minister in Greece, the so-called Minister of Works. Since then, Greece has been upgrading its poor infrastructure. Since then, dear Minister, 70 years later, I think this coincidence is quite striking. After a 10-year crisis that almost dismantled the construction industry, we are now exiting into a period which is filled with projects, perhaps more than Greek construction companies may undertake and execute. Following the detrimental impact of a 10-year crisis and the consequences of the 2-year pandemics, the Greek construction industry has been restructured and has been preparing itself for the comeback. This comeback is jeopardized as a result of the Russian aggression to Ukraine, the war. In Greece, until 2030, we have 118 large-scale projects worth of 44 billion euros. 58% of them have to do with energy projects, 34% have to do with railway and roads, 4% has to do with ports, and the remaining is about waste management. All these projects, funded mainly by the NSRF, the RRF and the Regional Development Fund, represent a major challenge for us. It is a national objective to absorb these European and national funds, and it is a necessity to do that in the context of fast track in order not to lose these funds. It is required to have an optimum level of cooperation both in designing and executing the projects, between the ministry and the construction companies. And this is the case right now. And there's also the will to do that, but there's always some room for problems. As far as I'm concerned, there are two challenges ahead, two risks when it comes to executing the projects at the national level. First, the risk, the inflationary pressure on the cost of raw materials and services as a result of the energy crisis and the war. In the case of construction works, energy, raw materials and transports represent the pillar of smooth operations. On top of that, we have also shortages. Raw materials like copper, nickel, cadmium, in which Russia and Ukraine represent the top exporters, are in scarcity, and there is an increase of prices. And some petrochemicals are also being affected as a result of that. So the huge additional costs that have been entailed, that have to be entailed in the context of PPPs or concession works, already incurred or diagnosed, cannot be a burden only for the construction companies. So the repricing of the already awarded projects and the addition of checks and balances for the tendered ones may represent a basis to resolve the problem. But this cannot happen unless we have a central European provision. It's not an issue of Greece. It's not a Greek issue. It's the outcome of a war, and as such, it has to be tackled at the European level. The European Constructions Federation has asked for European Commission to set up readjustment clauses for the raw materials and some adjustment clauses for the time schedule for the execution of works. Is that enough? Of course not. The second risk comes from within. I wouldn't like to analyze that. Just a quick reference. The never-ending competition and extreme reactions by competitors place a risk. It's not just the risk of delaying the procedures for the completion of a project, which is important for the country, but also because of the toxic environment created as a result of these conflicts. So all construction companies have to be aligned in a single destination. Fair competition, harsh competition, of course, but a common endpoint. Our group, Intracat, taking part in national scale projects, is committed to sustainable growth, and it's currently investing in new areas such as renewables, energy storage, etc. We will do whatever we can in order to contribute to meeting this national objective. Back in 1952 now, what we can say is that the crisis indeed creates opportunities both for the political leaders and the constructors. I hope that the future will be the same, like the one that was back in 1952 for our country.
Thank you, Christo. Thank you very much indeed, Alexandros, and for keeping to time.
I tried.
I think this is a new cultural phase in Greece, that so many panelists now are keeping to time. It's wonderful. I mean, it's
don't give a microphone to politicians. They're not politicians.
Well, yes, I will stop there. Actually, Minister, I mean, you're elected. There's another election coming up, I guess, next year.
Sooner, yes, sometime by 2023, yes.
Yes,
June is the last date.
I mean, you politicians have the electoral cycle, which of course means that, the incentive is always to think short term. But the trouble with infrastructure projects is that they're normally pretty long term. And not only are they long term, but almost invariably they go over time and over budget. And then afterwards, people say, well, if they are ever finished, they say, oh, it was wonderful. Why did we ever doubt it? And you see this in Britain now with HS2, which is the railway project, which I think is a very good idea, but it's phenomenally costly. I mean, you're going to have the same problems here, aren't you, with the railway project? I mean, I think it's obviously an extraordinarily good idea to have a railway system connecting Greece much better to the rest of Europe than it is at the moment. And ironically, of course, I think it was Alexandros referring to the Ukraine war. But, I mean, Ukraine has a pretty good railway system. Well, maybe it's being bombed back a bit at the moment. What's your thought on this?
Well, look, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the major challenge we have faced here in Greece, but many European countries, actually even in the States. I mean, when I was a student in Boston, it was the Big Dig.
Yes, I remember being there. God, a nightmare.
And that was a nightmare.
Yeah.
So basically, you're absolutely right. In a number of cases, we have overshooting of budgets and overshooting of schedules. And especially when it comes to rail, and may I take a step back and say how important these railway projects are for Greece. Not only because rail is at the heart of the green agenda right now in Europe, but because for Greece, rail can play a very important role if we want to take advantage of the logistics sector. McKinsey had a report in 2011 which actually claimed that the logistics sector is one of the rising stars. So, in this sense, for us, it's very important to upgrade our rail system. What was the problem with rail? Fragmented contracts. You had rail projects that basically took more time than scheduled. What did we do before we tendered those 4.5 billion euros projects? We sat down. It took us 2 years. We negotiated with the European Commission. And now all these projects are going to be turnkey projects, which means that you won't have the fragmented contracts, and which means that once these projects are contractualized, and our goal is to contractualize them by the first quarter of 2023, if possible, it's going to take 6 years to implement them. So we hope that we have turned a page in the way we are producing rail projects in Greece, and we actually haven't done anything which is spectacular, to be quite honest. What we have done is what we should have been doing a number of years before, is basically getting good practices of abroad and implementing them here in Greece. So right now we are implementing those rail projects the same way the Germans are, the French are, the Italians are, which is basically turnkey projects.
Yeah. Alexandros, are you convinced?
Well,
you can be frank, even though, you know he's the one who's going to be giving you the contracts.
It's customary for contractors to nag, but it's very difficult to nag against this government in this particular sector because of what I just said. And we came out of a really huge crisis in Greece. Greek contractors suffered immensely. Now, as soon as we felt that whatever it was to be done, it is done, and there are a lot of projects in the pipeline and backlog, we have a serious problem coming from the war. You cannot nag against the Greek government for that. They're doing the best they can. In my opinion, it is necessary for this issue to be solved at the European level. Same way that the problem of COVID was solved at the European level, with some delay, but it was solved in the end. So I think the serious problem that increase of interest rates may create in relation to projects of concession and SDIT, PPA. This risk may render these projects unbankable, and therefore it is a serious matter that everybody should look at it in order not for this program to be stopped or delayed. But other than that, I think we are in front of a very interesting period of time for Greek contractors, which of course has a very serious positive effect to the Greek economy. If it would be managed not to delay the program and overcome the problems created by the war, the increase of prices and the interest rates, I think it will be a great success, and the Greek economy will be immensely benefited from that.
I mean, when you use the word unbankable, that of course implies that private sector money will be involved. How much will be involved, Minister?
Well, I think that it's the first time where you see the Greek government overcoming, some problems of the Greek left, let's say. I mean, right now, as Alexandros mentioned, and Mr. Skalkos can reconfirm that, we are a government that in 3.5 years have produced one of the most impressive PPP programs ever in Greece. And also, we are involving the private sectors in a number of projects. So we have a number of concession projects. We have a number of PPP projects, the majority of them. And we are also, of course, using all available funding. We are quite lucky also, in a sense, because we have moved very efficiently, the Mitsotakis government, in absorbing the RRF funds. And this is something which has been acknowledged at a European level. But you're absolutely right. When we have inflation here in Greece at 9%, interest rates are going to kick up. And so the problem is if those projects are going to be bankable. Well, at some point, the private sector has to come in. They can use their own equity also, Alexandre, right? But we are here, of course, to basically facilitate them. I mean, the Greek banking system, I'm sure you know that better than I do, went through a very, very difficult 10-year period. NPLs are down to the European average. So in a sense, I think that those projects, which are, in terms of cash flow, very lucrative, in a sense, quote unquote, for private contractors and private concessionaires, I think that those projects are bankable, and I think that we won't have a problem. We just have to be a little bit, think a little bit out of the box also.
I mean, PPE projects tend to, I mean, they have a mixed record. And, you know, not least, for example, in Britain with hospital building and so on. I mean, it's, you know, in which the state ends up paying really over the odds and being tied in to whatever the contract was for, you know, a decade to go.
That's above my pay grade. That's a problem with the Minister of Finance.
Well, I love the way politicians can always dodge from one thing to another. Brilliant. By the way, don't talk about you, not about you, but do you know of any politicians who ever say that they are sorry they've made a mistake?
Well, yes, of course, and we've done that a number of times here in Greece. And we have no problems acknowledging our mistakes when those mistakes have been done. So, yes.
But they're usually by the opposition, aren't they?
No, even when we are in government, you know. You know, something, you see that in this government, we are not immune to criticism.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can shoot away and criticize as much as you want.
I'm teasing you. Dimitris, talking about development and so on, I mean, and private enterprise, private involvement, I mean, there was a lot of controversy over Piraeus becoming owned effectively by China. A lot of criticism, I guess, from other countries in the EU. What's your view on that and on the potential for other effectively state-owned operators from China or from wherever getting involved?
Okay, let me continue in Greek, so you can use your headphones.
So I have put my headphones away from me because apparently it causes interference with the mic. So now it's going to be feedback.
So,
I don't know about this criticism. I just want to make a comment based on what I've heard by our minister and our dear Mr. Exarchou. Let me start with what Mr. Exarchou said. It is truly, we're living some truly interesting times. When we originally planned things, we haven't thought of the energy crisis hitting us. However, we were lucky in the sense that our targets for climate neutrality was something already included in our plans. The energy crisis creates new issues, of course. The rise of interest rates concerns us because capital costs rise as well. There is volatility generated, and we don't know when things will be back to normal. But I believe, and I think Mr. Exarchou will confirm that, when we're talking about big projects, this means we're talking about the long run. An horizon that goes beyond the next semester or something else. Investors think about many years from now. So all the Greek economy's fundamentals seem to be very good, very ambitious. What we were lacking in the past was some generous funding by the state, because public investments in the last 15 years have been lagging behind. We have been dragging our feet in that. Currently, Greece, in absolute terms, in current prices, is equals to 2.5 times the so-called Marshall Plan, according to all financial measurements. We're talking about the Marshall Plan that was used after in the post-war, Second World War period. So despite the volatility, the uncertainty to some extent for financing certain projects, we may still intervene and do something about that. We're doing a fine use, and we will improve our performance when it comes to using the financial instruments by the European Commission. And let me say that our country has been properly utilizing these resources in the past years, and I think that by means of guaranteeing schemes and other projects, we may cover part of the funding gap for these companies. We will do that. At the end of the day, I think that there will be no problem, and these projects, these big investments, will be finalized and completed. One more comment. Because I was very attentive to what you said, and especially in your first question to the minister. When we talk about long-term planning, especially in the context of community or European projects, no government change may stop that, although I believe that there will be no government change in this time. There is a continuity when it comes to co-funded projects, because we're talking about projects that are finalized after many, many years. More often than not, there's one government making the application, another one designing it, another one cutting the ribbon, if you like. But certain provisions have been sealed and finalized. No government change will amend them. Okay, we might have a minor delay as a result of government change, but this will not be a major problem.
Thank you very much. I mentioned China, and perhaps I was being touching on a sensitive subject, I don't know, but...
I can answer to this.
Thank you. And Piraeus seems to have been very successful.
Look, Piraeus was Costco entered basically, this was a concession agreement, so once again the private sector was involved. That was done in 2008.
Yeah.
That was 15 years ago. The problems with China at that point didn't exist. And to be quite frank, what I say to a number of critics is that the Chinese put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, yeah.
And then let me go and see what's going on with the Hamburg port.
Mm-hmm.
China just, I think, got control of around 25%.
That's right. And I think in Rotterdam as well.
So basically, I think you should ask this question to my German counterpart. I'm going to see him on Monday at the European Council. But I'm just saying that this is a critique that I understand that now is emerging in Europe.
Yeah.
But this is a deal that that took place.
It's a sort of unfair criticism, isn't it?
I think it's unfair. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to prove to you.
I mean, I think of the UK, for example. If you go back to the Cameron government, when George Osborne was the Chancellor, it was called I can't remember the phrase for Chinese UK, blah, blah, blah. I mean, and now we have, I mean, that meant a huge effort to try to get Chinese direct investment in Britain, including in the nuclear power industry. And now Rishi Sunak, the latest of our many prime ministers, has to announce that actually we, the Brits, are going to pay £100 million to buy up the Chinese share of the proposed nuclear power station. So the political climate has changed, whereas the economic and commercial realities presumably would remain the same. So, I mean, I do take your point on that. On the other hand, political realities are what you have to deal with.
That's true.
Yeah. And I think Alexandros, when he refers to the Ukraine war, I mean, that's a very powerful point. And, I mean, can you solve it, his cost problems, at the European level?
Well, this is a major challenge. I mean, you know, some have actually claimed that the European Union moves like a big oil tanker. It takes a lot of time for it to steer.
Yeah.
And we saw that at the pandemic. We saw that, and we still have a number of issues when it comes to finding a common approach in dealing with the energy crisis. And at the same time, we obviously have a number of problems when it comes to prices of raw material. Those prices in the last 6 to 8 months have exploded. This affects construction, energy projects and big construction projects. It will take some time, but I think that in the end of the day, we will be able to find a solution, because we do understand in the Mitsotakis government that right now we have no luxury in going through a process of delaying those public projects that are underway. And one of the reasons, if I may add, that we have around 5.6% of economic growth, which is double the EU average, has to do with all those projects that are being right now materialized. Don't forget that even the Biden administration, in order to kickstart the American economy, basically implemented, I think, the biggest infrastructure investment plan. I think it was enough 1 trillion.
Yeah, exactly.
So those projects are very important, not only for sustainability, because a number of these projects, the majority of these projects for the first time are green projects, but they're very important if we want to continue to have in 2023 an economic growth rate which will basically surpass the average EU.
Yeah, yeah. We're about to end this session. Any questions from the audience? No. Let me end with a final question to all of you. I mean, the war in Ukraine obviously raises its head over everything. If you've got the next generation projects, are they actually going to be delayed in reality until there is an end to this war, or can they be implemented even if this war continues with no immediate end in sight?
Well, look, if I was a typical politician, which I hope I'm not, I would say no, no problem. This is not going to derail our program. But let's face it. Let's face the true facts. Right now, the war has created a number of very important problems, but it has also created a huge challenge for all European economies.
Yeah.
Europe is losing its competitiveness compared with the US, for instance, or China.
Yeah.
And one of the major problems we're facing is that we have to support our industries. I mean, one of the major challenges you will even see, I think, in Germany is that Germany will have to come up and find a solution very quickly if they don't want to lose their competitiveness, especially looking at by the economics and the protectionist measures the US is taking. This actually proves the fact that Europe is basically has showed amazing solidarity, because we are paying a huge cost for this war. And at the same time, we are not spending $400 billion in subsidies as the US is doing. So yes, we might face some bumps in the short term, but I think that in the long term, those projects will be completed.
Well, as the Arabs would say, inshallah. I hope, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Dimitris. Thank you, Alexandros. I think it's been a terrific panel. And I mean, there is that phrase, if you build it, they will come. And
yes, that's right.
I think, generally speaking, that is true. If you think back over the last half century, there was a time when nobody thought there would be a tunnel underneath the English Channel. And it's there, and it's used all the time. And you can see that in so many infrastructure projects. Because you mentioned the Big Dig in Boston. Well, it's done, thank God. And it was a nightmare at the time. But there
That's
we are.
true.
Yeah. Thank you very much to this panel. I think it's been terrific. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now it's my pleasure to ask Andreas Papandreou to take the burden. Andreas, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
And I wish that young lady had been able to grow some hair for me, but you know, she asked me to put these little fits.
You know, it's always very fashionable to be bald.
I think so. I think it's better.
We need to
It was
find-
going up like this.
Yes.
You know, my hair was actually looking sort of like this with waves here. And I went to the barber the other day. And the problem is that these barbers in Britain now, they all have this sort of shaven bit. You know, little trim. And he took far too much
it
off.
gives me great pleasure to introduce the panel for our next session. The topic is migration, war, environmental crisis. How do they affect the population flows? And our first speaker is the Minister of Migration and Asylum from Greece, Notis Mitarakis. We also have here with us Titos Gebel, member of the Advisory Committee Anden Foundation from Switzerland. And as a commentator, we have Yorgos Boustras, Professor of Risk Assessment, European University of Cyprus. Thank you very much for being with us. And we can start with you. Yes, thanks.
Ευχαριστώ θερμά για τη σημερινή πρόσκληση.
I'd like to warmly thank you for the invitation. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think the reply to this question is self-evident. The reasons why we will have migration flows in the decades to come, in the next centuries, is a fact. Climate change plays a role, financial inequalities, different opportunities offered by the developed world represent a pole of attraction for some tens or hundreds millions of migrants. The question is the following: how do we in Europe and in Greece tackle this challenge? The major challenge this year has been the one created by the illegal Russian aggression in Ukraine. Thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people left their homes to find a safe haven. Europe did two amazing and unprecedented things. Firstly, March 2022, they activated a long forgotten 2001 directive, recognizing immediately the right for 12-month stay of 4 people displaced people. And second, they reviewed the asylum process. So they recognized that against the regulation of Dublin, there are no internal borders, so Ukraine migrants and refugees could move from one country to another without problem. As for asylum seekers coming from other areas, Turkey, Libya, or other African countries towards Europe or Russia, sadly the European Union is still trying to find its footing. In Greece, since 2019, we have been implementing a strict yet fair migration policy. The first goal being to reduce migration flows and drastically contain the impact of this crisis on local communities, and we have tangible examples. 80% less flows. Those living in infrastructure have been dropped to 16,000 people, from 200,000 asylum-seeking applications to half. Currently, we have 34 structures operating. As of yesterday, we have 33. The Eleonas one has been closed, down and decommissioned. But we haven't still found the solutions in the international community. How are we to find the right way for those people coming to Europe to find a job? Let me say that Greece has been pioneering in that, because we have already signed 2 agreements with Bangladesh and Egypt for seasonal workers. So we tackle the needs of the Greek economy for specific seasons. It is important for people reaching Europe not to find themselves in ghettos, not to be isolated, and those who have the right to stay in Europe, they should be able to be integrated in our community. That's an experiment that was taken in various cities of Europe with some dubious results. The Geneva Convention is the legal tool supporting international law, but let me stress that this is not a humanitarian convention or treaty. It's a treaty signed some 70 years ago to serve specific needs following the end of the Second World War and following the New York Protocol. It became an international instrument. We need humanitarianism, but this humanitarianism has to be coupled with a state of law. When we hosted some 800 ladies from Afghanistan during the war, which were in danger after the Taliban regime took over. We also have to have legal routes for migration, and that's a clear priority for the Greek government. We will not accept the smuggling rigs human trafficking rigs to decide who will enter Europe. Those paying 5,000 euros to get on dinghies to make it to Europe, this is not the right way for someone to claim its right to stay in Europe. Last question, globalization, because there are 4 questions in the agenda. Indeed, there is a change in the global paradigm. The pandemic challenged the just-in-time delivery systems and supply systems. Russia's aggression made international relations more complicated. Plus, we have the increase in fuel prices that affects everything. So, whether this will make will lead to repatriation of production facilities back to certain countries, we will see. But if this happens, this will affect migration because immediately the paradigm in Western economies will change. And as I've said many times, we don't want our children to do the same jobs our parents and grandparents used to do. This is the new context, so I have 1 second saved for the future, if you like, for more questions.
Perfect timing. So thank you very much. Also, thank you for a really nice exposition of the ministry's views on these critical issues and what they're doing to help. Please, could we have Titus Gebel come to the floor and give us your presentation?
Thank you, Minister, for the extra second. I'm going to tell you something about a new concept called global cities, and I think we should give new things a chance if we have unsolved problems. The Ukraine war and other conflicts pushed the number of people forced to flee violence, human rights violations, and persecution over the milestone of 100 million for the first time in history. Now, so-called global cities are a potential solution and especially a productive alternative to refugee camps. They offer a reliable legal framework and the possibility of acquiring real estate, importing and exporting goods, and setting up companies in an uncomplicated manner. And these are precisely the conditions that are usually lacking in most of the crisis countries and hinder economic development. Now, what exactly is a global city? A global city is technically a special administrative region. Special administrative regions are, for example, Hong Kong, Macau. I would also count in Dubai International Financial Center or the cities in Honduras into that category. A global city is run by a private company which would operate the city as a public service provider. Since the global city has the right to create much of the legal framework, best practices in sustainability and governance can be introduced from around the world. By employing judges, arbitrators, administrative and security personnel from internationally recognized countries and institutions, the city will build trust for its residents, refugees, investors and businesses from day one. All residents receive a written citizen's contract from the operating company which guarantees the mutual rights and obligations. This includes the services to be provided by the operator and the modest fee to be paid, as well as the applicable rules and the human rights of the residents. Newcomers with no financial means, which we will have, could be subsidized by the city for an initial period. Now, why private? The private structure of the city avoids the danger that in the event of an election victory, the winner will favor his cronies or install a regime that endangers stability or drives away companies and investors. The very nature of the system precludes the emergence of political or religious conflict in the first place. And because the operating company is an international endeavor with employees and owners from all over the world, the accusation of neo-colonialism goes nowhere. Moreover, the model has considerable advantages with regard to incentives. Firstly, the operator, as the owner of the project, has a direct economic interest in the success of the global city. Secondly, he can be held responsible directly for errors, just like any other contract suppliers. And thirdly, he cannot force refugees to accept this product, but must find residents by the attractiveness of the global city, since participation would be 100% voluntary. Now, we need a host nation for that, that's clear. The establishment of global city requires a contractual agreement between the operating company and the state. In this agreement, the host nation grants the operator the right to establish the city in a defined territory in accordance with the country's specific political and legal requirements, including compliance with international agreements and treaties. It is only fair that the host nation receives a share of the project and the profits. In this way, incentives for all are coordinated. The host nation in general benefits from the revenues of this new economic engine, not to mention the jobs and innovations that can be created there. The revenue can be used for improved infrastructure and for social projects in other parts of the country. Now, how to finance that? Putting in place basic infrastructure, security forces, administration, and a judicial organization requires significant funding, no doubt. The operating company will certainly have to pre-finance the first few years, but this is standard business in venture capital. And if the project is successful, the increase in land value alone might pay back the investment. Now, what about human rights? Under the private structure, the contractual rights and the human rights of the inhabitants are guaranteed. This is because all actions of the private administration are subject to contractual agreements and can therefore be reviewed in the courts. In addition, it is conceivable that the host nation, maybe other protective powers, and the residents send delegates into a public inspection commission, which ensures that the operator also complies with the rights guaranteed by the contract. Due to the system itself, economic development, security, and stability take precedence over political participation. The latter can be introduced in a second phase, maybe after 10 years, with the residents then being able to elect the city manager or refuse rule changes by referendum. So there's every reason to believe that such communities will grow and flourish by guaranteeing security, committing themselves to the rigorous enforcement of law and contract, allowing personal and economic freedom, and keeping political and religious conflicts at bay. They can offer refugees a perspective they cannot find somewhere else. In the event of success, the idea will spread. If it spreads enough, Global City could make a significant contribution to mitigating the refugee crisis. Remember, Venice once started also as a refugee city. Imagine the human flourishing if we could create 10 new Hong Kongs in the world instead of 100 new refugee camps. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very innovative and interesting idea. I think we'll have some time to raise some questions about that as we go on. Now, could Giorgos Boustras like to make comments either on what's been said or on he may have his own additional points to make.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the audience for staying at this late, after lunch. Just a few comments. It's a sustainability summit, so I'm going to be using my mobile phone. I apologize. So if you see me stuck to my screen, I'm not sending text messages anywhere. We have believed so far that the climate change was moving at a certain rate. It seems that it is moving much faster than we know. I don't think I'm saying something new, and it is becoming gradually a climate crisis. It is moving much faster than we ever thought. COP27 was, I think, there was a big discussion about how fast it moves. I come from a risk, a safety, catastrophe domain. So I'm going to try to look at, I'm going to look at things from my own perspective that are related to climate crisis. From a societal safety perspective, we identify aging, climate change, and security as major changes for the Western civilizations. I'm under the impression that it's no longer only Western civilization, but it is all around the world. One way or another, as I'm going to, as you know, like my predecessors just said, I think they're related to that. They're affected or they're influenced by migration. As a professor in risk assessment, from a risk perspective, I dare say that we're sailing uncharted waters. As much as we have a good idea about the individual risks, for example, the climate risks, we're still making steps about complex risks, about combined risks, and their impacts to other sectors. So to make it clearer to our audience, research in the impacts of climate-related catastrophes is still emerging. We don't know that. We cannot make predictions for sure. I came this morning from the island of Cyprus. I came from a country that it is predicted to be deserted by a percentage larger than 70% in the foreseeable future, in the next few decades. And this is alarming from a climate perspective. The EU, the minister said that very well before, is making concerted efforts to remove policies and practices that contribute to climate crisis. I'm going to talk about migration as well in a minute. They have established mission boards like the climate adaptation. I'm proud to be a member of that. And they are doing efforts to promote to the public and the local communities this message. They're setting ambitious aims and goals for reducing carbon emissions, for replacing fossil fuels, but at the same time, we have to realize that the EU's contribution to the global problem of climate change is indeed very minor. It is less, the contribution of the EU to climate crisis is, I think, in the less than 10% globally. So from a climate perspective, I think I have depressed you enough and I have painted a very grim picture so far. And let me go to something different, and I will try to combine them. Migration. What about migration? How is this interrelated? More and more we see the issue of migration in the political agenda, especially at times closer to elections. We see polarized societies, especially those affected by the phenomena of the climate crisis, especially. Just a few facts. In 2021 alone, disasters led to over 23 million internal displacements. And according to the World Bank, without early and concerted climate and development action, over 210 million people would become internal climate migrants by 2050. Why are societies polarized? Why? We see that on one hand, communities, especially those in climate-challenged areas, are on the receiving end, the migration receiving end. Greece in 2015, Cyprus recently, and at the moment, they received and they are receiving unprecedented numbers of migrants putting state resources at strain. The Russian invasion to Ukraine, unfortunately, adds up to yet more challenges. So on one hand, we have Europe that is aging fast, and this affects or will affect its economic growth significantly. Is this reversible with the current growth of aging? With the European population aging faster than before? Perhaps not. So can we utilize migration and the younger generation it brings in order to rejuvenate the employment market? Can migration provide this much needed boost to the social insurance market? Are our European citizens educated to these changes? Are we moving towards a more balanced EU approach where countries not immediately affected will provide a support net to the front entrance countries? Can we optimize the asylum process? Is there a vision on how to integrate those that will be allowed to stay? Is there an education and continuous education plan to educate local communities and migrants on how to add to the prevention and adaptation of climate? And building on what Titus just said, can we utilize novel schemes like the contract citizen? Sorry, I finished with questions, but I'm an academic like you, so.
Thank you very much. Yes, we academics tend to raise a lot of questions and then have some difficulty answering them.
For sure. I can guarantee that, right. Without risk.
But thank you both for many of the questions, and I think they may provide fodder for the responses from our guests here. Also, unfortunately, your grim presentation of what climate change means for the migration front, it I mean, not to talk about all the other ways in which it's having devastating impact and will have devastating impact on the world. And in fact, a sense in which it creates a kind of a vicious circle. You have climate change leading to migration. Migration leads to wars, destabilization. That leads to populism. Populism leads to reduced efforts on climate change. So we have a vicious circle that's very, very difficult to address. I may come back to that for some of you to give your thoughts on that, but I'd like to ask Minister Mitarakis. I mean, in many respects, and to some point he's raised some of these issues already. Greece has been on the forefront of the weaponizing of migration, kind of in some sense an early experience on that front. What lessons do you think you've learned, both in terms of the negative ways of dealing with it, the problematic ways of dealing with that kind of migration in general, and also more positive elements that might have a broader appeal, especially in view of what kinds of changes we're looking from the EU?
It's obviously an enormously complicated situation, the one being faced now by EU countries. 2022 seems to be one of the years that have had an enormous amount of arrivals throughout the EU, not in Greece. We're now accounting for a very low single-digit percentage of EU arrivals. The asylum system, as it was designed by the Geneva Convention, many people say that it's broken. That it was a system that was intended for people that were genuinely refugees under the Geneva Convention definitions to seek a safe house. What we're seeing now in Europe is people traveling from far away through many safe countries, selecting a final destination which they think they'll have a better future. This is completely understandable from their point of view, but this is not what international law was supposed to say. What exaggerated the situation was cases like the case with Morocco and Spain, Belarus with Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland, and the case we had with our good neighbors from the east in Evros, that migration has been viewed as a geopolitical tool. I think in such cases, the EU reaction was different from what it was normally the reaction when we had asylum seekers reaching European soil. You've seen the complete support of all the European Union institutions in 2020. We learned the hard way how to protect our borders, and we have been very efficient since. And I think it's important that we protect the borders, as Greece benefits from the fact that we only border countries which are members of the Council of Europe. We're not bordering war zones, we're not bordering areas of risk, and that means that our policy needs to be different. Having said that, and I've been one of the lucky politicians to have been criticized concurrently from the left and the right, is while we have a tougher stance than before in what we call irregular arrivals, I am a believer that migration is needed. Europe shouldn't be closed. We shouldn't be a closed castle with tall walls. We should give opportunity to people to come to Europe on humanitarian reasons, and Greece will participate in international efforts to relocate people from countries, for example, that are under the pressure of climate, but in an organized way. People that will arrive, and then we will have accommodation, employment, we will be able to provide for them. Or workers, seasonal workers. George Georgandas is here, probably he will also tell you in his intervention the need for seasonal workers for the Greek agricultural production. This is something now is absolutely clear throughout the country. We are doing bilateral agreements for that. I think that's what Europe needs to do. It needs to become much tougher on irregular arrivals, working with countries of origin, focusing on returns, protecting the European border, and on the other hand, provide these humanitarian and employment pathways to cover the needs of Europe in an organized and sustainable way.
Thank you. That's, I think, a very interesting position. It's important to remember that the first globalization, which was at the end of the 19th century, we had the largest movement of labor ever. We talk now about free movement of capital and labor and so forth, but at that time it was completely, in terms of percentages of population, unprecedented. And of course, the advantages for the growth of the new economies was immense. I mean, they essentially based their growth on that.
Yeah, but with one caveat. that the indigenous populations, the legacy societies, were marginalized. I mean, this movement from Europe to the New World was associated with a very tough action against the indigenous population. So there was a huge impact on the local communities. Simply, we don't talk about it. Although in the US and in Canada, people now talk about it a lot.
Yeah, well, actually, no, absolutely right. There are two elements. One is towards the US, in which it was the melting pot, and there was a huge growth, and it was part of a broad equalization and the American dream. And then, of course, we had within Europe a huge migration from Turkey, from Greece, and to other European countries, which established the growth of the 1950s and 1960s. So in view of our demographic crisis, one question is, why don't we see it in that light? What's changed now in that light? I'll leave that for you, but before I come to that question, I want to ask Titus Gebel about this intriguing idea of contracted citizens. In many respects, cities are, you might think, the ideal complex public good. The kinds of services they provide require, investments in infrastructure with long-term prospects. There is a sense in which markets function, and that's people voting with their feet. They move to the cities and the areas which are more attractive. What dangers might you see if this is done within kind of a more private sphere, that there could be short-term exploitation, short-term vision within the nature of the decisions about infrastructure? So you make a fancy and very attractive city and in some sense potentially develop a Ponzi scheme, and at the same time lose some of the vibrant elements of broad public participation that make the communities. I'm drawing a dark contrast, but I'm sure there are many positive things there you have to say.
Well, if we did that, we were doing a bad job, and the global city concept would be dead on arrival, right? I mean, if you, as an entrepreneur that wants to make a city a success as an enterprise with refugees that come with nothing, you have to structure it in a way that it is sustainable over a longer period. Because otherwise you're losing not only your residents, which will go away then, even would prefer then social security refugee camp to our city, but you would also lose reputation and your business model would fail. So we have an incentive, other than people running a refugee camp, distributing other people's money, we have an incentive to do the right thing. And it's, after all, not so complicated. If you create a legal framework and fair dispute resolution, and then you will have the labor laws as they are required by ILA, for example, that should do it, right? So I don't think that this is a big miracle or mystery how such a thing could work, because you mentioned rightly the US as an immigration success story, and the minister also rightly said, well, not for the native population, but for it was, as a melting pot, it was a success story. Definitely the US has become the biggest power in the world, and that was all done by migrants. And I think we can replicate that to a degree without having to expel a native population. If we say this is an area in a country where nothing is before, and we start something there, and then create something, then suddenly the refugees are not a burden, but an asset. And of course there are dangers, like if the city becomes too successful, that's what Mr. Saviri told me, then the politicians will come after it of the host nation, right? But if it's protected by like the European Union, then maybe this can be mitigated.
Okay. And just a quick question, is you envisage this as kind of purely private or private-public
No,
partnerships?
Private means just that you cannot force people by sovereign power to change the rules, increase the funds. This private company can be owned by the residents, can be owned by the host nation, can be public-private partnerships, so all variations are conceivable. It's just that the operator is bound by a contract, has no sovereign powers to impose rules. That's the only meaning of that right.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. So the question returns, the first globalization was a time in which the countries were seeking migrants and were thriving from migrants. Why has that changed, and is there a way to get back to that perception?
Professor, for someone that comes from the academic background of risk, the answer is straightforward. There is lack of risk communication. We have not educated our societies. We have not educated our communities. We haven't presented the pros and cons. We haven't told them what is at stake clearly, efficiently. We haven't presented the risks. We haven't done a risk assessment, if I may so. And the solution is there. I think we have all described it. There is need for a controlled, skilled migration, not for our country only, for Europe in general, in order to support our national insurance system, and also to grow our economies. Our populations are aging in an alarming rate.
Thank you very much. So I see the academics do have answers.
Of course.
And, but perhaps they need to spend more effort trying to convey these to the broader public and to the decision makers.
They need to understand what we say, Professor.
Right. Okay. I think I have time for one last question, depending on...
Do you mind if I touch on the last
Absolutely.
point? It is clear that Europe doesn't have yet a clear view of what we want to do on migration. And it's still a national issue, by the way, so it's not completely unjustifiable that there is no common strategy on migration. It is obvious that demographics play a role. It's not only demographics, I think it's also the changing habits of our nationals that would like to focus their careers in more education-driven employment, white-collar employment versus blue-collar. So Europe does have needs, I agree with you. But also it has capacity. And we want to balance the growth of the economy with at the same time maintaining a European way of life. So it requires a balance. It's not a closed model, it's not a completely open model. It is a model in between that needs migration to come through the legal pathway. Where Europe reacts negatively is when they see tens of thousands of arrivals each and every day coming randomly throughout Europe, and that creates a very big problem to receiving societies. And that, I think, is what made the very polarized debate in the European Union.
Thank you. I think sometimes, and maybe John has something to say about this, about the implications of Brexit, which were largely driven, the actual decision was largely driven of a concern for migration, and now their concern is that they don't have enough migrants or the right kind of migrants, where they don't have lorry drivers, they don't have people in their hospitals to help them. So one quick question, we have 30 seconds and a quick answer. How about digitization and satellite surveillance? Does that have a role to play? Is that, there's a negative connotation of surveillance. Are there any positive elements of digitization and migration? I don't know if you have any.
Digital technologies we use a lot. We're the first asylum service in Europe to be completely paperless. From the moment of application to final delivery on a mobile app, we're fully digital. From a security point of view, we do, of course, use systems to ensure the safety of asylum seekers, our staff and local communities in the camps, and also we use technology in the borders to ensure that we protect the borders. It's not just migration in the borders. Sometimes when we talk about migration and borders, we think it's the only challenge we face in the borders. There's economic crime, there's national security issues. So yes, we do use all that technology to protect the frontiers of the European Union, working with Frontex.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We've run out of time, but it's been a great pleasure. A hand of applause, please. Τέλεια. So my work continues until John takes over again. Our next topic is food shortage under the microscope. And our lineup of speakers includes Yorgos Georgandas, Minister of Rural Development and Food in Greece, Stelios Kibouropoulos, Member of European Parliament, Elena Danali, Food and Agricultural Campaigner, Greenpeace Greece, Pavlos Vlachos, Associate Professor of Marketing, the Theodore Papalexopoulos Chair in Sustainability, Alba Graduate Business School in the American College of Greece, and last but not least, the commentator, Dimitrios Yatridis, former Special Secretary of Community Resources and Infrastructure of the Ministry of Rural Development and Food, Executive Director, Hellenic Ports Association. Please join me. So we all know that we're living in a period of food crisis. We've talked about polycrisis, but this is again very much on the forefront and having devastating impacts. Please, Minister Georgandas, have the floor. Thank you.
So I will speak in Greek. I'd like first to thank the organizers for providing me with the opportunity to talk about a side issue, perhaps the most important one caused by the crisis. I'm talking about the food supply crisis. This is intrinsically linked with the primary sector, the primary tier, which in the past has been sidelined by many. It is apparent that the crisis we are going through is unprecedented. This is the kind of crisis we've never experienced in the past. This crisis is multifaceted. We're talking about a crisis with geopolitical, social, financial dimension. Nobody can forecast how long the Ukrainian war will go on, and things that have been given in the past, like as food supply in the Western world, now is something being challenged. I think that what was at stake following the Russian aggression to Ukraine was the food supply. In order to properly understand the problem, we have to say that both Ukraine and Russia produce 111 out of 760 million tons of grains. Ukraine and Russia export some 60% of their production. 80 countries depend on Ukraine and Russia for 30% of their requirements in wheat. 26 countries have more than 50% dependence on both countries. According to World Bank estimates, the number of people across the world who are in need for food, immediate food, may exceed 300 million people. According to World Food Organization, the people living in starvation rose to 800 million people. We're talking about 10% of the global population. To a lesser extent, a food supply issue is what some 2 billion euros are facing. As a result of the invasion in Ukraine, the average wheat price per ton, which was on the uprise in 2021, was $315 per ton. In May 2022, it reached $500, and in June, it dropped back to $395. Even before the crisis, things were quite aggravated. The planet needed more food to feed our population. Following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the need for producing larger quantities of foodstuff has been maximized. Governments, on the one hand, try to tackle how to make sure there's enough food supply for the citizens, and on the other hand, they review their plans on the primary sector, which, apart from a pillar or a driver of growth for an economy, is also a driver of social cohesion for a state. As a responsible government ourselves, we quickly adjusted to new arrangements. We were proactive, not reactive. In the case of farmers, our support measures were launched in March 2021. From the onset of the crisis, Greece was called to take measures in order, A, to have food adequacy and continuity of food production. In these abnormal situations, we have to be aligned. We have all to work cohesively and not succumb to partisan interests. We have to put the national interest on top or above the sectoral or personal interests. So by means of a series of targeted measures worth of 500 million euros, we supported our producers, while at the same time our farmers were also benefited by the other general measures for the entire population worth of 2 billion euros. So, in collaboration with the European Commission, we have taken many measures, such as soft wheat and corn are included in the connected subsidies, and we keep other subsidies to cereals and other products. We have subsidies given to areas planted in beyond the specific provisions for idle lands, and of course we have a review of the specifications for the subsidies in order to avoid profiteering. Our interventions to mitigate the impact of increased prices for materials are not fragmented, are in line with the new Common Agricultural Policy. And just in brief, let me say that we have the largest program ever for new farmers, 500 million euros, the largest project for organic farming, 700 million euros, and we are laying the foundations through watering projects by means of the new project, Either 2.0, worth of 1.8 billion euros that will be mobilized in order to utilize 4.5 billion euros. In this context, we have also to add our coordination with other member states so that the objectives of the new Common Agricultural Policy in the context of green transition are not left aside, while at the same time production is increased whenever this is necessary, because it's not about the food supply in Europe. Europe is self-sufficient, but we have to see what's going on elsewhere, Northern Africa or other countries in the world, that may negatively affect the course of events in other countries, even those that are self-sufficient in terms of foodstuff. So we are really actively monitoring what's going on with the prices of grains, the supply chain as a whole, and the entire effort to increase production in order to anticipate developments which would have happened either way, but they came earlier because the increase of world population calls for increased production in the foreseeable future. Our objective, of course, is to underpin agricultural production, sustainable growth, and support of the Greek economy. This is where technology and science come into play in order to cut down on production costs, following specific interventions which our country is already implementing, while at the same time taking into consideration climatic change in order to define what are the crops that are more efficient, what are less demanding in water, what are the ones that may be adjusted more easily to the new circumstances. This is a bet. On the one hand, to keep the balance we anticipate, and on the other hand, to have increased production, which we also long for. Both these goals may be met, may be attained on the basis of understanding within the European context and globally when necessary. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. We had a slight overrun in time, but on the other hand, I realize there are many important things you have to say, and you did help us give a good picture, both the nature of the crisis and the actions that the government is taking to address these. Now, next speaker is Stelios Kibouropoulos. Please, you have the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the organizers that have invited me to discuss a very substantial issue. It is substantial because it concerns all of us, and I believe that since the invasion in Ukraine has started, supply chain has been shattered and has created various problems. This topic is of paramount interest to the European institutions, and we discuss there not only the adequacy of food adequacy, but what is happening in third countries, either supported in wheat imports or in food aid programs. As you have already heard by the minister, exports of wheat by Ukraine, of grains have decreased after the initiation of war, as ports in Black Sea closed, increasing the international food prices high and underpinning fears for lack of food in poor countries like the ones in Africa. So that will not only deteriorate these countries, but it will lead us to before new waves of migration. New waves of migration. Last July, an agreement between Kiev and Moscow, 3 ports opened, allowed the tons of grains to be exported. That allowed Ukraine to stand on its foot and support other countries. Zelensky, Prime Minister Zelensky, starting the initiative Grain from Ukraine, made the first step. Ukraine is planning to send up to 60 ships of grains to poorer countries of Africa, and Europe will also contribute with 40,000 tons. And we have the creation of solidarity lanes created, allowing Ukraine to export other non-agricultural products. That crisis actually makes us accelerate our efforts towards sustainability and get better prepared for future crises. In the framework of the program International Cooperation 2021-2027, EU will cooperate with other 70 countries, partners, for promoting sustainability in foods. In summit meeting, Food for Growth in Tokyo, EU and other and other states decided and committed themselves to support food production with 40 million. 1.4 millions. And we have the mechanism of food security gathering under a huge umbrella, various organizations. But because of the crisis due to the war in Ukraine, we have to deal with other kinds of problems, environmental transition and agricultural sector. We have programs from the farm to the plate. We talk about sustainability. These are issues that we should not leave them behind. And at the same time, with the present crisis, we need to see how our future will be more sustainable. Thank you very much.
Some important EU international initiatives on dealing with the present food crisis. Now I'd like to have Elena Denali, tell us a few words.
Καλησπέρα.
My name is Elena Denali. Thank you for the invitation. I am responsible for the food and agricultural campaign of Greenpeace Greece. We've been here in Greece for 30 years. It promotes the problems, it highlights the problems and suggests solutions. Today, we all are aware that before 30 or 50 years was not easy to understand. Food is important, and the way we produce and consume food is influenced by the climate. We hear it all the more when there is a problem in agriculture. We bring into the limelight climate change, so we need to do something so as climate should stop influence agricultural production. Today we know that agroalimentation is the key to prevent or deteriorate climate change and biodiversity. And what became obvious because of COVID and the war in Ukraine, something that we already knew, and it is obvious, agriculture is quite vulnerable, and which means that we need to redetermine sustainability as a notion, which is the main topic of this today conference, and include resilience and fairness in agriculture, so as for agriculture to be able to fulfill its three main goals the way it is used today, to offer food in fair prices for all. It is not a privilege for some to have food, to offer fair income to producers, especially to those who use methods to protect the environment via their cultivations, because this regenerative agriculture, there are ways via these approaches that can be priority in order to meet the second pillar of agriculture, and the third is to have national dominance, which means that we are controllers of our food. Tolerance and fairness, resilience and fairness should be priority of national and European agri-food policies. Today we don't lack food from the planet, neither from Greece. We spend and we waste thousands of tons of food this very moment. Now that the prices have skyrocketed and we have farmers struggling with these prices. We have international multinationals controlling the prices in Greece and all over the world. We produce things in a wrong way, which does not allow to have food for all population in fair prices, and we, of course, this production does not protect our health. We have heard about the works and projects that will improve and increase organic agriculture in Greece. We have heard new things about CAP, but it doesn't give any assistance based on sustainable criteria. Greenpeace has visited the ministries and the parties in order to persuade them to create a national agricultural policies. We have submitted 3 proposals to reinforce local production. We cannot import beans in the country where bean is our traditional food. And of course we can invest in plants and stop our strategic dependencies from fertilizers, animal food, etc. So, and of course promote a Mediterranean diet. And we have a campaign which says the solution is in Greece, can be found in Greece. Is it feasible? Yes. But we have to do what, well, if we proceed with radical changes, not with business as usual. Thank you very much.
Very helpful presentation on linking the climate crisis with the food, agriculture, and biodiversity, and also making very clear suggestions about some potential solutions to that. Now, I'd like to ask Pavlos Vlachos. No? Let's hold on a minute. Sorry, because that I have a different. Okay. Is Pavlos Vlachos not here?
Can't see him actually.
Okay.
I'm via connection. Can you hear me?
You're from afar.
Yeah, I'm via connection. Yes. Can you hear me? Yes.
That's all right. If you can stay just a minute, because now that you've come up, I think we can start with your. Actually, you're a commentator, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Υπουργέ, κυρίες και κύριοι.
Thank you very much, dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be with you in the 6th Sustainability Summit organized by The Economist. I have to congratulate the organizers for an event that it has been institutionalized both for the Greek economy and growth, but also for the environment and the food supply safety. The topic at hand is critical, it's important, it has to be tackled at a national, European and international level. And this is something highlighted by all previous speakers. Let me stick to the updated figures of November 2022 by the World Bank. Inflation on food commodities exceeded 5% per annum in 83% of the countries with low income, in 90% of medium income countries, and in 95% of all high income countries. In 2022, the food index of the World Bank will be 18% higher on an annual basis, and there will be a decrease by 6% in 2023, and food prices will be stabilized in 2024. This relatively optimistic viewpoint for the coming years should not make us feel complacent. Further delays or disruption in food supply as a result of the of the war in Ukraine, as highlighted by previous speakers, or the unprecedented rise in foodstuff because of Ukraine or for other reasons, or other phenomena. This might entail new costs for transports and storage of foodstuff. In our country, managing the crisis and its impact on the food supply and the consequences of the Ukrainian war call for strategies and plannings. We need new emergency plans and contingency plans and are needed in order to mitigate even hybrid threats. Together with the European Union partners, we have to shield the food safety and security of our citizens, and we have some amazing scientists in our country being innovative, using new online, digital and space technologies, and we have farmers and fishermen who give their own battle on land, in land and in the air, on the sea. So using the new technological tools, we come up with more innovative and quality products, especially in areas where we have the competitive advantage. For instance, dairies, fish culture, olive oil, eggs. As a result, mitigating deficiency in terms of meat products, always following the European regulations. Now, investment plans. We do have them in the context of the Agricultural Action Plan, subsidies to new farmers, mentioned before, also subsidies and support for agricultural corporations, etc. But in the case of ports, the sea routes have to remain open for foodstuff, commodities and energy transport. Besides, 85% of global trade is carried out via ships. Greek ports play an important role in the supply of our country, and they contribute greatly to the European and Greek food security. I'm talking about the ports across the country, both in the past and now during the Ukrainian war. Currently, the Greek ports are being transformed actively in order to tackle three challenges. The first one is linked with this conference, sustainability, green transition, the use of clean and renewable energy sources, digital transition by implementing the smart port paradigm, and of course the upgrade of Greek ports in order for larger clean vessels may have access to. The same applies for Greek islands. This is something highlighted also in the previous period when talking in the context of handling the Ukrainian crisis. And of course the Greek port infrastructures, which have been so helpful for Greek international trade, were at the limelight and helped our country excel and stand out in the European or the international trade landscape. Thank you very much.
Again, adding some new potential solutions to the problem. I hope we're still connected with Professor Pavlos Vlachos.
Yep.
Yes, sorry for skipping your turn. So
no
the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. So my short speech touches upon an important issue that was hotly discussed and debated in the Conference of the Parties in Egypt, that of greenwashing, a major threat, as all of you know, to sustainable development goals. The question is, do firms greenwash? And related to this session, do firms in the food system in particular greenwash? In a study that we recently published in a Financial Times listed journal, we have crafted a novel index measuring greenwashing, tracking thousands of firms, 7,000 firms, more than 7,000 firms, in 47 countries over a 15-year period. Unfortunately, we find an offer econometrically rigorous evidence that firms greenwash, namely, they do not walk their sustainability talk. Interestingly, and this is important for our session, the sector that greenwashes the most, and this is again relevant to what we discussed today, is agriculture, forestry, and fishing. They greenwash especially with regards to circular product design. Now, we also find in this work that the market, consumers that is, penalized firms for greenwashing, as this is reflected in actual lower sales. Unlike sinful or dirty firms, that is oil, tobacco, gambling, weapons, companies in comparatively clean or virtuous industries, such as the food industry, they need to be extremely careful when it comes to walking their sustainability talk. Consumers are lenient when penalizing dirty firms, but they come down especially hard on clean companies, that is food system companies, for the exact same transgression, that is greenwashing. So it follows that firms in the broader food value chain should be extremely careful about walking their ESG or sustainability talk, especially today that we face food crisis and those firms make lots of claims about their sustainability commitments. There is a market mechanism here that penalizes those firms quite harshly, I might add, approximately 9% loss in sales. So concluding, bottom line, my advice is that food firms, they need to communicate their ESG, but they should tell, they should not sell, they should be humble about their sustainability commitments, they should abstain from sustainability awards and apply what Greeks usually say, κάνε το καλό και ρίξου στο γυαλό. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation of the potential of, not the potential, actually, the empirical evidence of greenwashing in a very sensitive industry. I'll come back to that if we have some time. Also, thanks for giving us some surplus time to deal with the deficit we had up to now for our discussion. Now, I'd like to ask the Minister, θέλω να σας ρωτήσω,
I want to ask you, we have seen that the energy crisis has led us some steps back with regard to climate change. On the other hand, we also see in the midterm and the long term, the policies have been reinforced, and the willingness of countries to go to clean energy forms. In foods, we have a crisis that has created numerous problems, leading us to poverty. Besides the short-term efforts, do we learn something on how long-term we will be able to be more prepared for relevant crises? What is happening lately globally and in Europe is something that it is a big challenge. We have to balance various needs. The first is to increase production in order to have food adequacy. At the same time, all member states have decided specific targets with green transition. We have increase of production cost. That creates problems in farmers and animal breeders. Can we balance all these goals and targets? Europe, quite fast, compared to the past, proceeded with new actions. We had a transition stage because we had health crisis that created a lot of problems. In land workers, we have a lot of problems since then, but this very moment, we have interventions in every member state and in general in order to be able to cope with all these problems. Solution is one, to decrease production costs, and RES can assist us in that. Number one, to use technology or smart agriculture is necessary now more than ever, and use scientific data for new kind of cultivations, hydroponics, for example, is something that can help us have quality products. We can run all things together, interventions to lower the cost. This is happening. At the same time, infrastructure to use water more adequately. And because in our country we have started an effort to upgrade the water networks, and the use of technology, use of scientific knowledge on the field, which has started in big farms, but it is not everybody doing that. If more proceed with organic approaches, we will have less fertilizers, less water consumption, and less energy consumption. I think that energy worked hard, not because it has food inadequacy, but because it is necessary to have a global balance, and Europe has to be a pioneer and in all these things, and at the same time supply chain should work properly. I think Europe is a role model, and it will be a pioneer in this sector. Thank you very much. Mr. Kibouropoulou, as Greece and the rest, of course, if you want to answer, has a problem of obesity. We talk about Mediterranean diet, but we see that this is a big problem for Greece and other countries as well. Do you see a way of how to deal with it? It's funny to talk on the one hand that we lack food, and on the other hand say that with a demographic problem at the European level, to bring another problem, obesity. And I am glad that we are discussing that, which means that unfortunately from early age, children have more weight than expected for their health. That is quite important, because we are talking about a health issue. We have tried to deal with that at European level, and quite soon we will develop a strategy that will pave the way to all member states on how to move forward in order to have better health. We need to know that obesity is linked to various problems like mellitus, diabetes mellitus, and other similar problems. So we need to see what we did wrong in the previous years and how we can correct all our mistakes. Of course, education and training and promotion of what is proper diet. We need to understand that not scientifically, but as people, that Mediterranean diet is perfect. Not to teach our children what exactly to eat, but to teach them what it means to consume what they consume, and how some things can burden their health. It is a policy that needs to start from the state, but in this effort, all of us need to contribute. Private initiative, public health, and each of us separately. Thank you very much.
If I may comment on that, Mr. Kibouropoulos talked about behavioral change in order to teach the world what to consume. Given that we have the minister in the panel, I think that junk food is extremely cheap. I'm a champion of regulations and state intervention in that. Junk food is extremely cheap. We have to do something about that. That's my impression. I just wanted to make a comment on that. That's a very good point. There are states in the US where they have, actually this is the case in California, they have banned trans fat-filled foods, so we can come up with these tools, for instance, taxing these foodstuff, so they are discouraged. That's a great note. In Europe, we don't still have this culture. It hasn't been yet turned into reality. But that's something we have to consider. I think the state has to give the framework in which to create the conditions for something like that to happen, because if we leave things as they stand, non-regulated as they stand, we will have bad results. I've been following that. There have been interventions like this in the US, so I think it's high time for Europe to start doing the same thing. I think there's also another problem. Some of these foodstuff, as you rightly said, are the most affordable ones. So people who cannot make a living opt to buy this specific junk food. So taxing or forbidding, disallowing marketing these products might be a solution. Let me say something about that. Now, as for the increased production, we don't need to increase production. We are not in search of food in our planet. We get rid of 35% of the food we produce. It's open information, open source information, we can find them. Hunger is not a technical issue. We need political solutions. It's an issue of social justice. So we need urgently to implement policies of equal access and equal distribution of foodstuff. This is up to the production. Now, talking about Mediterranean diet, this has been characterized as the planet diet for climate. Lancet, this very prestigious magazine, has published this study in order to protect the climate, and we can add on top of that the issue of protecting our economy, protecting local production, and social cohesion. Every bite of ours is a political decision. It's not just about making a nutritional choice. For instance, the prices, what we promote, what we come across on the street, what the lifestyle suggests, why is it more accessible and easier to have access to something which is detrimental to health? We said before that we import beans, although legumes and vegetables and fruits, which should be the mainstream lifestyle, at least in Greece, they're not. So every bite incorporates some political decision taking. It's an issue of political decision to eat in the Mediterranean way. May I say something on that? These are things we have discussed also in my office. This is correct. We take them into account. Politicians would always take them into account. But let me say something about political decisions. Currently, it is a political decision by member states to set as a target in the following common agricultural policy to have 25% of all crops being organic. So currently the organic crops represent 9 to 10% in our country. If we obligatorily increase this rate to 25% by late 2027, this means that since we incentivize that, we currently give 700 million euros for organic farming. I'm talking about Greece for the next 3 years. This means that we will have better products, more qualitative products, and an abundance of these products for our citizens. So Europe, in its slow pace, of course, takes a certain stance. We need more drastic approach. I agree on that. But the destination, the orientation towards organic products, which is very robust, very strong within member states, is something that sets the tone. The effort is already underway. Let me insist on that a bit. It has already been mentioned, and we know that the food industry is one of the most important factors when it comes to climate change and protection of biodiversity and health. So it is of primordial importance when tackling this crisis to take this into account. We say that it's a matter of policy. Okay, can we say something more? What is the balance? What should the balance point be between policies and initiatives taken by the government, initiatives taken by NGOs or the civil society, the role of companies, because we discussed about greenwashing before. What's your take about that in order to move more efficiently down this road? Depends on the viewpoint and the share of responsibility one carries. The point is, currently, we have some nutritional guidelines somewhere in the ministry, quite updated quite recently, drafted by the Nutritional Policy Committee of the Ministry. But are they being applied? Are they being implemented? What is the nutritional orientation of our country? Is the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Ministry of Food and Rural Development? What about mass catering? Are these guidelines being implemented? Because they are drafted on following the mandate and instructions of the World Food Organization, World Health Organization. So, nutritionists, the menus we have in the military or in the hospitals. We're talking about public procurement right now. Okay, now let's move to the private sector. Tourism. Has a touristic offering been linked very urgently to the Mediterranean diet? And I'm talking about the millions of tourists we welcome every year. In the restaurants, we have the legume of the day. Are they given an extra incentive to do that? I have the impression that they have been left aside. They have been, it's up to each entrepreneur and every businessman to see whether there is an opportunity ahead. Okay, let's work on that a bit, maybe our customers will be a bit grumpy, it's okay. Given that we have a pandemic, given that we have strategic dependencies, given that we have this interconnected crisis, each and everyone, and I'm talking about the ministry, the government, and of course the Ministry of Foodstuff, they have to take the share of responsibility in order to prioritize the reduction of meat consumption, the increase in consumption of legumes and fruits, the promotion of Mediterranean diet in this land, and of course the opposition parties should have the agricultural and agri-food sector as their priority, which is not the case as it should be, and of course promoting Mediterranean diet as well, less meat, more legumes, vegetables and fruits. And of course private companies, private organizations, they must be given incentives and identify the business opportunity in order to reduce the production and consumption of meat. I'm talking about industrially produced meat, and promote legumes, vegetables and fruits. So time is up. One sentence by anyone, if you would like to. I would like to have 30 seconds to say that this issue is quite important. It's at the top of the agenda. I think it's the first time since the Second World War that we are experiencing a multi-crisis environment. We have a food supply crisis, and we have to find our weaknesses and strengths, and in collaboration with the European Union, we may have to update our contingency plans for Greece. So we have two levels. The first level of production and our comparative advantages, and the second level that has to do with the probability of some huge food supply crisis. So we need an update, and of course this is also up to the government and the civil society that may propose solutions. I just gave 10 seconds to the minister. As you rightly said before, when it comes to public procurements, these specifications are met, but it's not enough. It's not enough, and we have to agree on that. We're at a turning point in order to decide how we will incentivize the private sector in order to follow suit. We're talking about the hotels, caterers, restaurants, etc. In a project of our ministry, in the context of a program in our ministry, we gave these incentives always in collaboration with the health ministry. And let me once again agree that it's not just about the public procurements. These policies have to echo to the entire country. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Mr. Vlachos, please wait online so you're in our family photo.
Φωτογραφία εδώ πέρα. I'm learning from you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, mesdames, messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached not quite the bewitching hour, but the final session of this two-day seminar, summit on sustainability. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for being here. And please pay attention to the very, very last session, which is on safe water management. Obviously, we cannot live without water, and far too often, water is not clean enough, and sometimes it doesn't actually exist. So I'd like to ask Haris Sakinis, please, the Chief Executive of EDAP, the water company, to come to the platform, and also to commentate on what Harry says. Yannis Georgakelos, the Communications and Corporate Affairs Director of the Athenian Brewery. I don't think I've tasted the Athenian Brewery's products yet, but there's always a first time.
Didn't bring any.
I have actually invested a tiny amount into a British brewery called Brewdog. I hope it was a worthwhile investment. I'm sure it is.
Let's discuss afterwards, but you've tasted Heineken, so it's maybe.
Okay. Harry, the floor is yours. And from here or from there, as you like.
I'll do it from here.
Yep.
I see the audience is mostly Greek, so I'll speak in Greek, unless you mind.
No, I'm fine. I'm very relaxed about this. Although, you know, there was a photographer here. In fact, she's a very nice photographer, just in the front here.
Yeah.
And she was criticizing the way that when I put the headphones on, I mean, I only have about 2 strands of hair on the top of my head, and it makes it go up. And so she actually flattened it down. I said to her, why don't you try to grow my hair? But I think, sadly, that's not possible. But it's good to see that, you know, there are some...
There is a way.
There are some impressive, bold people in this country and in this gathering. I mean, Andreas, of course, is brilliant. And Harry, it's over you. Anyway.
So you feel comfortable?
I feel comfortable. I'm going to try to avoid... I mean, I don't want her to be, you know, because, you know, it makes me feel so embarrassed. So I'll put the headphones on like this.
All right.
Here we go.
It looks great.
Right, okay. That's wonderful, because it's a very sophisticated audience. They all, I think, speak.
And maybe there's audience
English
online as well. And
well, that's very true. Yes.
So
in fact, there are a lot of people online. Yes.
Okay. I mean, the title of this panel is about safe water, and that's kind of a simple 4-letter word, but it means a lot. And when you think about safe water, you have to think about how you minimize risks. The panel description also talks about how the culture is changing, but I'm going to talk more about how we can change the culture and how we should change the culture. Yeah. So when I think about risks and about mitigating risks, which is really a key thing that we need to do as a water company serving 5 million people, I think of it in 3 phases. I think of it short-term, mid-term, long-term. If I think about it in the short term, I think about quality, because you need to have excellent quality in the water that you provide to your customers on a continuous basis, and you need to mitigate risks in case anything happens, and things can happen. We see that around the world. So it's not only measuring and ensuring that the quality is at a high level, but knowing how to respond if something happens. So you need to prepare for that. On the midterm, you have to think about infrastructure and infrastructure resilience. And this is also where you start thinking about the effects of climate change. And sometimes climate change has effects that are not just long-term, but about short-term. I've seen in the last couple of months certain issues in the United States, in other countries, where because of flooding, key infrastructure like water processing plants were damaged, and then that created significant issues downstream to their customers and so on. So also, and especially in our case, that's very critical, serving 5 million people, you need to have backup plans, you need to have secondary systems that support your primary system. And I have to say that, thank God, in Greece, we do have that in place, but it is something that one needs to keep that in mind. And just to explain what we're doing in Greece, we have the main system that brings water all the way from Western Greece, where it rains a lot, to Eastern Greece, where it doesn't rain as often. That is a huge, significant project. But again, we're talking about 300 kilometers of infrastructure that, again, there you have to look at the various risks that you may be facing and be able to respond to emergencies whenever and if they happen, and put in place your backup system so that you can turn them on whenever. The next one, and I think I can go a little bit over on time.
Yeah,
we
sure.
have time, since it's only the two of us, I guess, so, or three of us.
Three of us, He's more important than me.
All right. So we'll have to figure out how we
absolutely.
put
You've got to make
beer
sure
on
that
our taps.
have to make sure that Yanis is convinced as well. Actually, I have a pretty basic question. Is your water utility, is it private or state, or both?
It's both. Now, that makes it quite interesting on the governance point of view, because 60% of it is owned by the state, 40% is listed in the Athens Stock Exchange. So in some ways it is good, because we have more governance, both state kind of governance and listed company kind of governance. In other ways, it is a little bit difficult for someone who's managing such a company to balance the two. But that's a whole different question. Maybe we can get into that a little bit later. Let me finish a little bit about the risks first. And the long-term risk, and especially when you think again about climate change, and you see what happened in Europe last year, where suddenly all the rivers went dry. Thankfully, this didn't happen in Greece, and thankfully, our reservoirs are at higher levels than the 10-year average. But you never know what may happen next year or the year after. So you need to prepare for that, and you need to mitigate for those risks. So we're doing that in several ways. One is looking at the non-revenue water and trying to reduce that. That is an expensive proposition. We're actually at the average of the European Union in terms of measuring non-revenue water. And we need to get lower, but how much lower can you get? Because it costs to put the infrastructure and to make the changes to lower the non-revenue water.
Now, what exactly is
non-revenue water?
What is non-revenue water?
Water that you don't get paid for, but most of it actually is water that you lose through your pipes in your system, and water that you don't measure through your meters.
And so on.
Okay, so especially the water that you lose in your pipes, you want to minimize that so you can have
huge
more
issue
quantities.
in the UK, as you know.
Yeah, I was actually there this morning in the UK. So, so the idea here, we're doing a couple of things. One has to do with an effort to recycle wastewater to produce water for industrial uses or irrigation, and that's very important. So, for example, one of our key customers, a refinery, consumes 1% of the water that we provide. So if we can provide that refinery with recycled water, which we're aiming to do, and there are more than one refineries, obviously, that means that it's like saving 1% of the water. So we're doing that, and especially with a plan that we have to build wastewater facilities in Eastern Attica. There we're going to use all the wastewater that they produce, make it clean, and basically use it for irrigation. But we have to also be ready for, in case we have issues of having the necessary supplies of water, have readiness of other ways that we can produce water around Athens, and we are preparing a plan for that. And then we have to think long term, and we need to do that with the government, for potentially looking at other areas such as desalination. And I was reading earlier today that Egypt is getting ready to create 21 new desalination plants that are going to produce about 8 million cubic meters of water every day. Just to put that in perspective, in Athens, we use about 1 million cubic meters of water every day. And it's quite interesting. I think there is a confluence of things here because you have all the, in order to move forward with desalination, you need a lot of energy.
Exactly.
In Greece,
environmentally pretty unsound.
Correct. Not necessarily, because in Greece there's a great move towards renewable energy. Actually, a few months ago, all of the Greek electricity needs were taken care of just from renewable energy, and there are
so
many
you
more
could have desalination, which is not
correct
energy.
It will need energy, but it can use renewable energy, and that's why part of our plan is actually to move more into ourselves producing renewable energy. We're already doing that with several hydro plants that we have, and also with some photovoltaics. But let me just finish this part, just to say that when you think about water, managing the water facilities is probably the easiest part of the job. The most difficult part of the job is thinking about all the potential risks and thinking ahead of what you can do in advance in order to mitigate them, so you can really provide safe and clean water. And clean, I mean that in two ways, both in terms of quality, but also in terms of energy, to provide that to the people that you serve.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating. When you look at the World Cup and you look at all those wonderful green football pitches,
probably
through desalinated water.
Either desalinated or recycled.
Well, we'll see. I can't think that's environmentally the most sensible place to put the World Cup, but there we are.
We're doing things more environmentally friendly here in Greece.
Very good. Yanis, sorry, you're a great customer for water, obviously, but fortunately your beer is not just water.
Yeah, actually, you know, a year ago in this same room, I was given a great opportunity to speak about a program that we have instigated as Athenian Brewery that talks about the management of water resources in Greece. We call it Water for Tomorrow. And now I'm given an even bigger opportunity to discuss about how we concluded this program and how this is relatable to the overall discussion about the management of water resources in the country. Okay, we're a beer company, and apart from the obvious fact that water is a key ingredient for beer, 95% of beer is water, but we're also very well connected to the biggest user of water in Greece, which is agriculture, because we are in our contractual farming program of barley that actually absorbs more than 20% of the yearly production of barley in the country, is related to more than 2,000 farmers overall in Greece that consume water, a lot of water. And at the end of the day, we said how to create a platform that would help those people make better use of water.
I mean, do they see their water as more or less free? Because if you go to California, for example...
That's a big discussion. That's a huge subject to open, and I don't think that even the 5 minutes that I have or the 15 minutes that we have for discussion would be enough to cover it, and especially not with somebody that is not a specialist, far from that. Mr. Strachinis, on the other hand, he is, but that's a huge discussion to have. What I want to say is that what we did is that we focused in one region, which is Thessalia, and is the most deficient water department in Greece. And more than a third of the farmers work there, and they cultivate the barley. And we reached out to a scientific team. Actually, it was the best that we could find in Greece, the best in Greece, the team of Professor Ms. Phoebe Koudouri. And we worked with them in order to do something simple but difficult at the same time. Put all the stakeholders at the same table to discuss the actual problems. Representatives of the national authorities, representatives of the regional authorities, the scientists, the researchers, the startup firms that could provide technical solutions, and of course the users, the farmers themselves, and the representatives of their unions and their collaborative functions. So this process that lasted approximately 1.5 years with a series of sessions, of live sessions, mostly online because of the pandemic, that we called them living labs, came up with some results. And these were tangible results. It was not an easy process. And we came up with a series of proposals. And as I said, the 5 minutes that I have are not enough even to say the titles of those proposals, but they are proposals that cover, from one side, the supply and demand side of water management, a big part covering the data information and transparency of the data and the availability of data to all the parties involved and all the stakeholders in the area, how to manage this in a transparent but also efficient way, technical solutions that could be provided for specific subjects, and maybe above all, proposals that would help the overall coordination of the various stakeholders from the government, from the local authorities, from the users themselves, everybody that is involved in this difficult problem, that could expand this ecosystem and sit at the same table and try to find common solutions. And what we learned from this process, again, for somebody that is not a specialist like myself or the other people involved, is the obvious from one side, but also very fascinating, that the problem of water, when we talk about agriculture, is so multidimensional and so complex that it's impossible to find a one-size-fits-all solution. There is a series of things that need to be done, that they work in a complementary way, not one versus the other. And you have to do the collaborative approach, otherwise it's almost impossible to reach a consensus. Even people and entities starting from a different point of view, they can end up having a common vision and agreeing to common solutions and common projects to be undertaken, or existing projects to be continued. So this was key, and I think that this process can be something that we can all learn from.
But do you have the impression, or actually it's a question also for Harry, that agriculture is wasteful of water? I mean, I don't know.
You maybe stated the obvious, but it's a vicious cycle, you know, about agriculture. The fact that you need, and it's also connected to the previous panel about the food shortage, how people want to make use of the land even more. This intensifies the agriculture. I don't know how else to put it. And this vicious cycle uses more water. And then the fact that you need more money needs more intensification of the agriculture. And the cycle keeps going on, and it's never ending, unless you find a solution that will...
But some clever economists will say, oh, we just have to introduce a pricing mechanism. If you get the price right, then water will be used efficiently and still produce good results. Is that sort of unrealizable dream?
That's sort of the political issue. So what is the right political price for water, for agriculture? So what you need to do is maybe find a different way to approach it, is figure out all the technologies, bring in the new technologies from abroad or from Greece and whatever, and provide incentives to the agriculture industry to use them, and then benefit that way. So I think it's kind of a mix of policies that you need to institute.
I'm intrigued by this shared ownership between the state and the private sector, because as you know, in Britain, water is basically all being privatized with, I think it's fair to say, pretty mixed results.
Correct.
In that, you know, we've talked in this conference about stakeholders, but actually it seems to me that very often it's the shareholders who've benefited rather than the stakeholders, because there are lots of scandals about water, the piping systems not being properly maintained, about effluent going into the rivers when there are storms and so on, and that the regulators have not been strong enough.
I think it's precisely that. You mentioned the key word, and that's regulation. And in Greece, I'm very happy to mention that we're going to have, for the first time, an independent water regulator. That regulator, this is going to be a new law that's going to be passed early January. And that will make the governance easier, probably stricter, which is fine, but at least you'll know what the rules are. And the rules will apply to a variety of things, including tariffs. So then that is a nice balance, because then if you have the independent regulator, what you do is going to be under those rules. The shareholders of the shares will know exactly what the rules are that they're going to be playing with. So they know what the value is going to be that you are going to bring to them. And the state is going to be comfortable, because the state will know that you are playing by those certain rules as well. So I think that's a nice balance. It's something that was missing in Greece, and there are a lot of different stakeholders and different decision centers right now in the water industry. So that will bring it all together. So I'm happy that this is a development that's moving forward.
And how are your customers charged? Are they charged on water usage? And is the water usage just an estimate? Or are there smart meters?
Yeah. It is interesting, because, as I mentioned earlier, I just came from London, and we had some discussions on that subject. And it is interesting that there are very few meters in the UK, and actually the charges in the UK are mostly estimates depending on the size of the house or how many people live in a certain house and so on. So it is quite interesting, because here in Greece, everyone has a meter, in Athens at least. So if you want to get
even
water,
if they're in an apartment block?
Yes, even an apartment block. And when you walk in the streets of Athens, you will see in front of an apartment block, you will see like 15 meters, one next to the other. So we know for each apartment who uses what. So we are kind of a step ahead, actually, because the discussion yesterday in London was about how people in the UK are resisting the meters because they don't want to pay more.
This is a subject close to my heart, because we are just selling a house, if you'd like to buy it, in Winchester. And we have a meter there, which I had installed. So. But we have just bought a place in Hove in Brighton, and it's an apartment block. And there is no individual meter. It's just we just pay according to some rateable value.
Correct.
So there is no incentive for us in Hove to save water, whereas in Winchester there is.
And actually it is interesting, because in Greece, the way the tariffs work right now they were done many years ago, like 20 years ago, but they were when there was a water shortage, and we have kept them since then, which now helps with not wasting water. And the way it works, the first several cubic meters that you use, which are the cubic meters that you need to drink the water and to take a shower and so on, are extremely inexpensive. And then as you move to higher consumption, the cost per cubic meter increases significantly. So if you have a garden, or if you have a pool or anything like that, and you use a lot of water, the cost per cubic meter is tenfold.
So all these people in the audience with their swimming pools, they're having to pay a lot.
Well, they have the sea here next to them, so they don't need to have swimming pools. You know, it's, but yes, they do pay much more, and but that helps significantly with the conservation. Let me just finish the thought for 1 second. The point that we're thinking, though, sometimes is if you use the water to have more green around the city, then that's good for the environment. So what is that right balance after a point for charging water? But definitely you don't want to touch the lower tariffs for people who are using
But how
water.
do you check that that you're measuring the swimming pools correctly? I mean, you can also obviously measure Harry's Brewery pretty easily. But
with the meter, I mean, you have the meter. If you need
so
the water,
you cannot install a swimming pool without a meter.
It's part of how you're going to get the water.
Yeah,
it all has to go to flow through the meter, and if we find that you are taking the water without bypassing the meter, then there's significant fines.
We've talked a lot about climate change, and you're in a very hot country, usually. Have you had to stop water at all? Had to limit water supplies?
Not for the last about 20 years, because some really wise people 30 years ago, I don't know who exactly they were, but they were definitely wise. They built 2 reservoirs in the western part of Greece, where you have water from the snow-capped mountains and water that goes through little rivers into those reservoirs, which is fantastic quality water that then we bring through a canal into Athens. And the other good thing is that that canal works with gravity, so it doesn't use energy to bring the water here. So you have plenty, great quality water that is with zero energy pretty much. Actually, it's producing energy as it's coming down through hydroelectric plants coming to Athens. So we're really, in Athens, we're really in good shape, but you never know how that changes. You never know if you have dry weather for 2 or 3 years, what issues that may create, and you have to be ready to address those issues.
Yanis, you have a...
Yeah, the outlook, though, is not always so positive, because there are many studies that show a big danger of water scarcity in many areas of the country. And what I have seen, again, far from being a specialist, but even if you look at the numbers, and what we have understood is that when the water scarcity hits you, it hits you very hard and very suddenly. So the problem is something that you have to face, because it's not only environmental, it's highly socioeconomic issue and extremely sensitive from every point of view. So when it hits you hard, and you have to be really proactive, as you said, in order to make sure that this will actually never happen. And going again to the issue of agriculture, this is an area where the focus should be extremely high from everyone, including the firms, the companies that are involved in this. And we have also to show our best, best behavior.
Well, I get the feeling from what you're saying that you don't think people are necessarily as aware of the risks as they should be.
I get the feeling that's the correct approach, that we are all, as a country, not as aware as we should be, because we take it for granted that we have water, which is very good. On the other hand, it is something that we should not take for granted. And if you see the outlook, sometimes it makes you feel a bit scared.
Yeah. Are there any questions from the audience? Anybody who wants to have Yanis's beer can always, afterwards it'll be there. Just a final question, because we're coming up to time. Harry, you've just come back from England. How did you advise the Brits? Because we need advice, I think.
I don't know if you need the advice. I mean, it's I don't think you have water scarcity issues. You had a little bit, actually.
We had a hosepipe ban. We could not water our garden for 2 or 3 months. And that's not the first time that has happened. It seems to happen quite regularly now.
I think the idea of installing meters is actually a positive thing that you can do. If you don't measure things, you cannot plan for any kind of action. So if you don't know what actually is happening and where the water is going, you can't plan.
How do you stop wastage, though? Because you take almost every water utility in Britain. It's using infrastructure which is from the Victorian times. You're talking about 100 years old. And there's so much leakage. How do you ensure that stuff I pay for my water is going to actually repair those?
There are ways that you can figure out where the leakage is, and then you have to put the investment in order to stop the leakage, but then someone has to pay for that investment. So it is very simple. So you have to figure out how much does it cost to mitigate the risk of being without water, and how much is the consumer willing to accept to pay for mitigating that risk for really receiving uninterruptedly something that's so very important for their daily lives.
So in the end, like with almost everything, it comes down to money, a question of money.
First of all, to information, to data, to measurement.
Yeah.
If you don't measure, if you don't have the transparency of information,
And
the availability.
you need good regulators, strong, independent regulators.
We can help them whenever they need that.
Look, thank you very much
All right.
indeed,
Okay.
Harry Agnos.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Great.
We've come to the end. Now, I'm just going to have a little message to the audience because I think you've all been very attentive and very, very good. We're going to have our pictures taken because we have to be immortalized on the film with Stavros and so on. But I just want to say thank you very much for your attention over these 2 days. We're at the end of the 6th Sustainability Summit. I'm not sure if we have solved all the issues of climate change. In fact, I'm absolutely sure that we have not. But at least we've put the problems on the agenda. And there's been an amazing range of subjects all the way to junk food. And you should not have junk food in Greece. You know, you've got wonderful fruit and vegetables. So there we are. And I think it was impressive to have so many of the presenters. And I should thank the technical people because they've done a brilliant job. All these connections really work very, very well. And that's pretty impressive. I should also thank Nektaria Pasarevakis and her team who organized everything and have done a brilliant job, as always. And of course, these things would not happen, well, it wouldn't happen without you guys, but it would not happen without the sponsors. And the sponsors, they're all there, I won't name them all, but they are very, very valuable, and we're very pleased to have them helping us, because without them, these events would not happen. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to Andreas Papandreou for his help. He's really taken a huge amount of the burden off me, and I'm very grateful to him. Thank you, all of you. Lunch awaits outside, so please have a great afternoon. Take care. Thank you very much.
When we work together, science can make the world a better place. For you, for me, and this planet we call home.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια
στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 131 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
When we work together, science can make the world a better place. For you, for me, and this planet we call home.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Dexan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 131 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
When we work together, science can make the world a better place. For you, for me, and this planet we call home.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Dexan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 131 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
When we work together, science can make the world a better place. For you, for me, and this planet we call home.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Dexan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 131 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.
Everything and nothing has changed. Even if the world feels uncertain, it's reassuring to know things that were important before still matter today. Connecting people, sharing ideas, and solving problems. These things will always be in our DNA. Working across borders, helping to keep doors open, business flowing, and continuing to realize the hopes and ambitions of our customers and colleagues. When you think about it like that, thankfully, not quite everything has changed.
When we work together, science can make the world a better place. For you, for me, and this planet we call home.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Dexan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, mesdames, messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, Saadati wa Saadati, signore e signore, but I'm not go quite that far. Thank you very much for being here. It's the closing part of our Sustainability Summit. Thank you very much for your attention on that summit. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm going to just say a few words of housekeeping. In this digital age, we all have these things, and we make a lot of money for Apple and for Android systems and so on. But could you please put them on silent or even airplane mode? That would be very helpful. That's one little bit of housekeeping. The second very important bit is I want to thank, well, obviously, all of you for coming to the conference, to the summit. But I also want to thank the technicians, the translators, and in particular, Nektaria Parstavakis and her team, who've done a fantastic job. And last but not least, I want to thank all the sponsors. Now, the sponsors' names are all there. There are too many to list them all, and I don't want to, there's always a problem if you list one and miss someone else, you think, oh my God, and things you think, how could I insult people? I don't want to insult anyone because we're very grateful to all of them. So that's really all of the housekeeping. But now, the more important thing is that we have a real guest of honor to make a little speech, and it really is my pleasure and my privilege to ask His Royal Highness Prince Albert of Monaco to come to the podium here. Now, I should just say, as he walks, threads his way through the throng, a couple of words about him. You all know about Prince Albert, about Monaco, etc. But do you know that he's an extraordinary guy because he's competed in 5 Olympics. And not just in sort of simple things like running, but in crazy things like bobsleighs. And he still looks healthy and fit, which is extraordinary. So well done. And the other thing is, if you read his bio, you'll find that he actually, his great passion is to save the oceans. And he went down recently with a billionaire guy called Vescoval into submarine. This is something I would never dream of doing, a tiny submarine to the deepest part of the seas. I think, Your Highness, that you're too much of a risk taker. But you've survived and done very, very well. And, but I do wonder why haven't you ever driven, well, perhaps you have driven a Formula 1 car. Anyway, it's my pleasure to ask Prince Albert to come here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Your Excellencies, Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, dear friends, Kalispera. It's a great pleasure for me to be back here in Athens, back here in Greece, a country that I visited many times and where I have very fond memories. To answer your question, Mr. Andrews, I have driven sports cars, but never a Formula 1, never an F1, an F3. This was many years ago at a driving school, but but that's another, we'll get into that later. So I'm delighted to be part of this summit this evening, devoted to one of the most important issues of our time, and perhaps, if we look at things with hindsight, the most important issue of all, and that is sustainability. Therefore, I'd like to thank the organizers of the summit and the Economist teams, to thank them for giving me the floor for us, but more importantly, to thank them for taking the lead of this moment of dialogue. And of course, I'd like to thank all the speakers and participants who have made these discussions, I think, such quality, of such high standards. I was saying that sustainability was perhaps the most important issue of our time. This is not always obvious. Of course, I'd like to elaborate on this. Whatever we in whatever way that we try to address the current crises, upstream we find the same challenges faced by our world. The ability to have a long-term vision. This takes on various forms, of course. There's the technological disruptions. There is economic change. There's social tension. There's political development. There are new international power plays and power relationships. There's a constantly accelerating world. To the tempo of our permanently connected screens and to their incessant notifications. All these movements are based on a few converging factors. The globalization of trade, the digital boom, the rise of a certain type of individualism. All these movements lead to recurring crises, incessant adjustments, and continual disruptions, trapping our contemporaries in the anguish of a somber and disturbing present, amplified by a media whirlwind. All of this gives them the feeling of an increasingly gloomy and unstable world. However, these technological, economic, social, and political changes occur at the same time as another major change, that is the philosophical change, growing environmental awareness, and that is the other important new phenomenon of our era. This awareness, is fast becoming a reality in our world. Having had the chance to attend the Rio Summit some 30 years ago, having participated in most of the international summits devoted to these issues since then, and having made them a priority of my action for many years, I've been able to observe this change. And at the beginning, there was just a few of us. Today, there are hundreds of millions of us. This philosophical revolution has a key feature. It revolves along a even very long-term concern and a set of concerns. It is nurtured by concerns that over tens, hundreds, thousands of years, as it requires actions that are capable of looking far beyond the immediate crises with which our rapidly changing world is often most concerned. We are therefore living in a type of schizophrenia. On the one hand, we are trapped in the present, incapable of projecting ourselves a few years ahead, and incapable of acting otherwise than disorderly reactions to the news. And on the other hand, our eyes are turned toward a distant horizon for which we do not know to act coherently or responsibly, because our actions and our resources seems to, in a derisory fashion, faced with the magnitude of the threat. Yet I believe that there is no shortage of opportunities to escape from this situation, provided that we do not get the scale or the area wrong. None of us will be able to save the world alone, and perhaps we won't be able to do so altogether either. But collectively, we can bring about genuine change in many areas that are important enough to transform our future. We'll take two extremely concrete and broad examples: energy and food. They concern our daily lives, our very survival even. They're at the heart of many of the adjustments of our era. As far as these two issues are concerned, I believe that we can progress in a sustainable manner as long as we move forward together based on relevant and scientific facts. First of all, energy. Today, we can see the extent to which this issue is at the crossroads, encompassing issues of interdependence, peace, and also security, economic prosperity, social justice, and of course, the issue of global warming. Despite the urgency of current events, we also know that solutions have been out there for years. Renewable energies alone will not only enable us to escape the stranglehold of a few states monopolizing resources, to put an end to certain types of pollution, and above all, to stop the ever-increasing accumulation of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. We currently have all the elements in hand for this. The technology exists, and it is sufficiently diverse to be adapted to the majority of situations found in our countries, whether the energy is based on wind, solar, geothermal, ocean thermal, or even biomass. There are many possibilities, and they're becoming more effective year by year. Of course, they require investment, and some of them still have costs that are, in the short term, very expensive, and more expensive than fossil energies. This long-term investment also holds the promise of new jobs, of innovation, and therefore progress. That is why, more than ever before, we need to put our efforts to develop them by working on a collective manner with states, with Europe, and with international organizations. We must lay down binding rules which will reduce the comparative costs of renewable energies. With businesses who have the innovation capacity we need, and with environmental players, citizens, and consumers whose weight will be a determining factor if it leans in favor of these solutions. The conflict in the Ukraine is offering us a window of opportunity for this. We must capitalize on this in order that this crisis gives rise to a new energy model. I therefore believe that a concrete field of action, such as energy, may help to resolve the schizophrenia that I was talking about. The current emergency may be the opportunity to accelerate the sustainable solutions we have struggled so much to implement. The same applies to another equally a key sector and equally vital for our contemporaries, and that is food. Here again, we are confronted with an issue that is at the crossroads of economy, of geopolitics, of development, health, and the environment. Here again, we have known for a long time that our model is not sustainable, and that we need to implement innovative solutions, alone capable of securing our future, especially since this future now includes close to 8 billion humans, and unfortunately, down the road, not too far away, it'll be 9 or 10 billion humans. These solutions are known. They are based on less intensive farming, more respectful of soils and ecological balance, and on the promotion of short supply chains, on the improved nutritional quality of food, thanks to less processing. This also applies, of course, to the products provided by the ocean, but I'll come back to that in more detail a little later on. Like energy, these solutions have the disadvantage, of course, of being more costly in the short term. The calculation is not the same if we look at things in the long term, and if we include what economists call negative externalities, the impact on biodiversity, on the climate, and above all, on human health. Like energy, we therefore need to work together on this at a time when the COVID crisis has led to a greater awareness of health issues by our contemporaries. Public authorities should promote foods that are respectful of health and of the environment. They must combat certain production methods and certainly harmful consumption patterns. They must work with economic players who have the technical solutions to bring about the necessary change. And they must get the support of consumers who are calling for this change more and more frequently. This is how, once again, we will be able to reconcile the short term with the long term, based on solutions that are directly beneficial to all our contemporaries, and at the same time, more respectful of nature and of the future. In this respect, I'd like to focus in more detail on the role of the ocean, of the global ocean, which is an aspect I believe that is important for us and for the future of our food. It is estimated that over 3 billion of us now get most of our food from the ocean. This number may well double within the next 20 years, reaching 7 billion. The way we use marine resources at the moment is destructive. It is destructive for the ocean, which is deprived of life by overfishing and illegal fishing and unreported fishing, as well as pollution, as well as the consequences of climate change and of the warming of waters, and the destruction of different ecosystems. It is also destructive for us, who suffer the damage we inflict on the marine environment directly in our food. As brought to the fore by the Symposium on the Ocean and Human Health that was organized 2 years ago by my foundation and Boston College, this damage has a direct effect on the entire food chain and consequently on us. It is therefore vital, once again, to take concrete action to promote sustainable solutions at a time when health concerns and food issues are especially at the very top of the agenda. And because I'm talking about the ocean in this country whose history, geography, and culture is connected to it, I'd like to conclude by saying a word about marine protection, which I believe is the third issue for which we can reconcile the short term with the long term. As such, I'd like to point out two main topics of which we could advance on which we could advance without delay, because they also address the concerns and urgency of our era. First of all, there's the transition of maritime traffic towards a model less dependent on fossil energies, from which we, of course, would like to break free. Great progress can be made here, whether it be by the conversion of vessels to cleaner energies, such as hydrogen, or the development of low-emission areas, especially in the Mediterranean. They will enable us to fight against the local deterioration of ecosystems and the global warming. And more broadly speaking, there is the need to bring about a true blue economy, the multiple facets of which we are aware of: the sustainable management of coastal tourism, the development of marine protected areas, the fight against land-based pollution, and in particular plastics, the promotion of sustainable fishing, support for responsible aquaculture. All these solutions have been proven and have proven effects, as reflected by the various initiatives implemented by different organizations in the Mediterranean and supported by my foundation also, where we have already observed the return of colonies of certain species, such as the monk seal, in which we have been involved for many years now. And that was a project that was right here in Greece with different partners. Consequently, the short-term tyranny we are going through today is not inevitable. On the contrary, some crises offer opportunities for a long-term vision and ambition that are alone capable of helping us to save not only our ocean, but save our planet. The discussions you've launched during this event form part of this necessity, and I hope that they will prompt us to move forward all together along this path. Thank you very much.
I do have a glass of water. You must be tired. Thank you. It's good to know that I sense a sort of optimism there, which is good, because with so much negative feeling about the future of our planet. But you're right. I mean, the solutions are already known and have been for some time. Now, do you think your optimism is simply a character trait, a personality trait, or do you think it's actually soundly based? Because, I mean, you have one of the world's most famous casinos in Monte Carlo, and I'm sure most people go to your casino thinking that, oh, we're going to win. But only very few actually do win. So, I mean, is your optimism realistic, or actually do you think perhaps it's wishful thinking?
I'd like to think it's a family trait.
Yeah.
and that, but I think it is not all gloom and doom, because there are, as I said, there are solutions out there,
yeah.
And there are people who are making things happen, and
yeah.
who unfortunately not so many governments, but there are private initiatives out there by different companies, but by the corporate world, by different NGOs, by different cities or different counties or different states. it's not always followed nationally, especially in the larger countries and developed countries, but there are successes already out there. And I was seeing this, and I think we'll talk about this after dinner with certain people. There's an island in Greece that is an example of circular economy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if it can be done on the small scale, of course it needs to be scaled up to larger towns and larger cities. But that is a great example of how to move forward and how to treat waste, of course, and how to make that waste work in energy solutions, but also in agriculture and different ways. And so, of course, I was, like many people who attended the COP27 meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, disappointed with the result, and disappointed with the lack of leadership and lack of commitment by most countries. But I think there is still time, and as we face climate change, but all problems are connected, and so if we can do what we have to do, but we have to make great efforts to reach and to stay close to our targets, then we will be able to
is someone like Greta Thunberg, when she says, it's blah blah, is that helpful? Or I would have thought in a way that almost everyone in the world now is aware of climate change, and there are very few climate skeptics around. And so when you have, I think Greta, actually, I would admire her, but if you have activist groups like Just Stop Oil and so on, do they actually help their cause, or do they hinder it by alienating people?
They certainly challenge us, Greta Thunberg and all those, the younger generation that have been able to express their voices in a very prominent way. They of course they challenge us, and they make us stick to our word, and that's a good thing. But I think at some point you have to move away from that kind of aggressive tone, and we're all in this together, and so we all have to find solutions together by putting our heads together and of course taking action whenever possible.
I joked a little bit about Formula One and so on, and now I think the Monaco Grand Prix is the most fantastic event, even though it's almost impossible to overtake. But really, it's chapeau, it's fantastic. But it's not, on the face of it, a terribly sustainable, environmentally sound project. What's the solution there?
Well, the solution is that, and F1 has already started to move toward more hybrid engines. This was several years ago now when they had the when they introduced the KERS system of energy recuperation. So they are moving toward more hybrid engines and to a different type of engine. Then Formula E came along and proved that it was, and is proving that it is a competitive and innovative series, and that electric race cars like that, similar to F1, can provide exciting racing and can be a solution, and a great showcase for electric engines. And the fact that they are also, and we welcomed FE in Monaco, of course, 4 times now, but most of the races are done in city centers.
Yes.
And so that is a great showcase for clean mobility in urban settings. So I think you will see that down the road, F1 will move more toward electric, possibly, why not, if the technology is there. Other forms of engines, like hydrogen, like I was mentioning for
the marine transportation industry, but I think it could be an automotive solution as well. And so I think you will see changes in a few years in F1.
Let me ask you just a final question. You made a reference in your speech to tourism.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at economic growth around the world over the last half century, tourism has been an incredibly valuable sector. It's created so much employment, so much economic growth throughout the world. But it obviously has an environmental impact, more and more so. And as the planet, I mean, on November the 23rd, according to those statisticians at the UN, the 8th billionth person was born.
Okay.
We'll, as you said, we'll soon be 9 billion. We'll get to 10 before it levels down. How can the world, the planet, adjust to the impact of tourism and make it not environmentally damaging?
You're absolutely right. It's an industry that has to transform itself and has to rethink itself. And I think they're discussing that right now because there's the World Tourism Congress in Saudi Arabia as we speak. But I think knowing that the global tourism industry represents 8% of CO2 emissions, that might not be a very, very large number, but it is quite substantial. And so I think as the public also, and as tourists demand also cleaner modes of transportation, they try to go to destinations now that have an environmental or a sustainability program, and they are becoming more aware and more demanding of that type of accommodation and or activity in the country that they're visiting. And so I think with different stakeholders, the tourism industry is going to have to adapt to this new paradigm and to find ways, of course, in transportation, and that has to be the big push to lower everyone's carbon footprint, but to find cleaner energies for transportation on a larger scale. But then there are different things that we were able to do in Monaco also to work on how to of course, especially in the summer months, how to use energy more sustainably for air conditioning, for the way of course, we transport people, but the way we use heating also, and that's what we for many years now, we've been using seawater heat pumps for all our coastal buildings. So there are solutions out there for resort destinations. And I was a few years ago now in a beautiful resort out in the Pacific, out in French Polynesia, that is a model for sustainability in that they did have those kind of heat pumps and dual, not only heat but cold, where they drew water from a very deep.
Let's hope they won't be submerged by rising.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
And so there are models, beautiful examples out there already, but I think we do have to scale them up.
Now, I can't quite let you be liberated from this chair because I want to ask Andreas Papandreou to come up to the podium. I don't know if you know Andreas, but
yes, I do.
I had a feeling that you might because he's a very distinguished man who has shared the burden or the pleasure, whatever you want to say, of chairing this conference. So,
I'll come here.
I think.
So, Your Serene Highness, you have always been on the forefront of environmental issues from the beginning, at times when we didn't have this kind of broad awareness and we hadn't realized as well the extent to which our world is in deep crisis and the very short time scale we have to address these problems. Your work has been a very important contribution, a critical contribution on the role, on the issue of the Mediterranean, on the role of oceans and protection of the oceans, and of course on the links between protecting our oceans and addressing the major challenge that we face right now, which is climate change. You've also always had special ties to Greece, and we appreciate that greatly. You're a member of the, among other things, of the board for the Olympic Truth Center. And we've had the fortune of your presence here before this, and again, we have the fortune of your presence here today. I believe both your presence and your speech has been a perfect closing to what have been truly a wonderful 2 days of talking about and considering the challenges we face, the very complex challenges we face. We talked about poly-crisis. This is just, the challenges are coming from every direction. And not only is it a perfect closing, I think it's a major source of inspiration for the work we have ahead of us. And we hope that you continue coming and visiting us and being part of this process. So I'd like to finish with deep thanks and gratitude for your work. And I believe we have a symbol of gratitude that
we have a small memento for you, but I think it's really for Andreas to give it to you, because this is truly a symbol of Greece. So Andreas, would you please present this to His Highness?
So maybe we should do this jointly, John, huh?
Well, as long as we don't drop it.
In the spirit of SDG 17, partnerships for the future.
Absolutely.
So, thank you very much. Thank you.
But we are not quite over. You're not yet liberated. I mean, I hope that the hunger is not growing too much. I want to ask Vasilis Apostolopoulos, the Honorary Consul from Monaco, to come here as well. Where are we? Here he is, yes. Because I think he too has something to give you.
It's Christmas.
It's Christmas again, absolutely.
May I put this down?
Yeah.
As long as Your Highness, Monseigneur, welcome to Greece. I would like to present you with a small commemorative plaque of your visit to Athens in my new capacity as your honorary consul to Greece. But I also have a confession to make. I also wanted to present to you a gift which symbolizes peace and friendship. It's the olive wreath, but you got one already.
Great minds think alike.
Great minds think alike.
You can never have too many wreaths.
Of course, you can keep this, but in order to save the day and avoid the embarrassment, I have asked my people, and by the end of this evening, we will have some actual olive oil from my ancestors' land in Corinth. So, as I like to say, we don't have oil, but we do have olive oil, and I will be very happy to present it to you later on this evening. Okay? Thank you.
Excellent. Mesdames, Messieurs, I think it is time for dinner. And another round of applause for His Royal Highness, His Serene Highness.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε.
When we work together, science can make the world a better place. For you, for me, and this planet we call home.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Dexan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο των ανθρώπων που φροντίζουν και προστατεύουν τον εαυτό τους. Που κινούνται πάντα με ασφάλεια. Έλα κι εσύ στον κύκλο της εμπιστοσύνης που πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο πελάτες νιώθουν εδώ και 131 χρόνια. Έλα στην Εθνική, την πρώτη ασφαλιστική.